Yes, that is good advice that Red has posted into Alliance chat. You can use the save and load loadouts from the Lost Finds cache to preset things up. If you are relatively new to doing this in DRS and like actually paying attention to systems, then you probably have a lot of space. If you are a vet and have been doing this for a while, then you have probably filled up all of your loadouts. Who just joined?
Oh, sorry.
I should probably take a quick peek. Oh yeah, I don't want like that. What's my army knife set look like? Incorrect. That's what it looks like. One of those. That's not the setting of the work. Terribly sorry talking to myself. No, dispel. That's fine. How am I missing? Poponara, I see that you are in the voice chat. I assume that you are logging in and getting ready. Please join the party finder as soon as you can, or let me know if you need a moment to do something. For those of you who have joined the voice chat, we are going to be looking for replacements here in a minute for a couple slots. If these people do not show up, we're going to need at least one fill anyway due to a last-minute dropout. So this is basically your last-minute call if you want to listen to me ramble about stuff at the start of the actual start, to go do anything in real life that you might need to do. Go use the restroom, feed your fish, extinguish your grandma who is on fire, whatever the normal excuses people like to use are. Yes, there we go. BRB fish brownie. It is officially 7:55. I'm looking for replacements now.
Hey, it's better.
Excellent. Take your time. You are not getting replaced. You let me know. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I drove through some random farm to avoid the traffic. But made it.
Alright,
What's the password?
the password is at the top of the roster sheet. I believe you've been paying attention. I'm assuming this is Fetter asking?
No, it's not.
It's shy away, sorry.
Shy, I'm sorry to tell you, you will not be joining us tonight.
Ah.
Oh, they did sign up. Griff, how much do you want to be in this run?
Oh, if there are other people that you want to throw in, then throw them in first. If there are people that haven't cleared before that are fresh, then please do that.
You go to renting?
Me?
Hello, evening all. I'm going to be relatively silent so I can listen to all this stuff.
Alright.
Apologies in advance. Thank you everybody showing up.
Sure.
I know it was pretty last minute, but... I don't do a lot of high-end content, and this is getting me pretty stressful. I don't want to be the reason we lose. Even though I know nothing about it. I was just trying to be quiet for some reason.
Should I pick up Sunbow?
But I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a lovely day. I
Whatever.
crashed really hard after I finished streaming Monster Hunter. I kept playing Monster Hunter.
Okay, let me just.
Sunbreak is great.
Oh god, you need to look at the roster.
Okay, who's next veteran?
I'm a Decapod hunter.
Okay.
I'm a big
that's
fan of
48.
arthropods. Oh, I'm an even bigger fan
if
of
someone could be
cetaceans.
A doll and get into Alliance chat and tell people to join the Alliance A voice chat while I set up my stream, that would be fantastic. OBS, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me right now, please. What do you mean it failed to load channel
What happened
information
to
for Twitch?
Really
Wait,
good guess.
no.
I have my pre-jump here. This is important. This is probably the most important thing in this area. Big defense, big
Okay.
damage, and max HP increase. You need that, or else you just lose. You are useless. And then after we jump on the panel, sorry, we pop all of these, and then we swap on over to my Ether Shield setup, where then I apply Lost Shell to everybody, and then Lost Ether Shield whenever we need it. And I think that's it. We also have 11. Yeah, me
Okay,
neither.
we've manually selected a thing. We are not doing Happy Birthday, Griffin Ordwell. We are doing...
My birthday was days ago. What's going on here?
I was setting up the thing so I could stream it, and then I decided against otherwise, so...
Happy birthday, Griffin.
No, cease. I'm
When
not
big raid
ballpark.
explosions happen, do I press the funny Ether Shield button
Yeah.
and then call it a day? Is that the plan?
It's Ballpark's birthday today. Tell him happy birthday.
Oh, I already know. Yeah, it is. You should tell him
All
happy
I get
birthday.
to do is just be pretty. Which,
Yeah, everyone
God
should
damn
at
it.
Ballpark Hot Dog and tell him happy birthday.
anyway, let's confirm pre-jump.
I think it's gonna be my birthday today.
Oh, hey, look at that. 48 people in
Bunny button.
the thing. Those all look like relatively familiar names, so I can start in my intro after I mute the stream before it fucking doubles up. Okay. Okay.
I'll let the read lead talk.
Apologies for taking a little bit to get started. Only 4 minutes behind schedule, which is not bad. So, hi, hello, welcome campers. This is the first meeting of this DRS learning group. I am Jillian Hartstone, aka Jules. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them. The character that I play is Zwinfalk Fetten Borgwin. As such, most people on the server simply call me Zwin. That is Z-W-Y-N. It sounds like twin, but with a Z sound at the start. And I will be your raid lead for this group. We have a relatively minimal number of vets here who have already cleared. I've been calling them counselors for fun in my head because I like the gender-neutral greeting of welcome campers. They are primarily here and spread out amongst parties to help answer questions that end up in there. But if at any point you have a question about things, Don't be afraid to ask. We are here to help, especially now that we are all here at once and we can explain everything to everyone, because chances are if you have a question, someone else also has it and they need to know that information, so it is better to answer as a group. I'm going to recap some of the things on the documents that I've handed out, because I want to make sure that everyone knows things beforehand. First off, perhaps the most important thing about DRS and every other piece of instance content is that when you are in an instance server, you will be kicked for AFK if you do not do anything in-game for 10 minutes. If you do, you need to at least like type into chat, you need to move your camera, you need to move your character, jump around, push a button, do something in-game, so that way it knows that you are not like disappeared. Otherwise, you will be kicked from the instance and your party will lose Limit Break 3, and you will not be able to get any more prog for that run that we are doing, and it will be very bad and unhappy for everyone. So please make sure that you are always paying attention. There are system text alerts at, I believe, 5, 7, 8, and 9 minutes, telling you that you have been inactive for that amount of time. So please, if you are going to go away, make sure that you bring up the HUD layout menu. That will make the client tell the server that you're doing something that will prevent you from actually doing anything in-game, because you're supposed to be fiddling with your HUD layout. And it will prevent you from being auto-kicked. So if you need to go to the restroom or something, make sure that you pop that up beforehand, and that you let your party and everyone else know that you have disappeared. Because if you disappear and you are inside the boss arena for something, I will assume you are here, and we will pull the boss, and you will die to the death floor, or not doing mechanics or whatever, and again, it will be sad for everyone. A lot of people ask how difficult DRS is. I always say that none of the individual mechanics are harder than anything that you would find in an extreme trial. Some of them might approach basic Savage Raid difficulty, but none of the mechanics are that hard. The primary difficulty in DRS is that you have to not die, essentially. The ability to get raised is very limited, and if you get hit by virtually any attack or mechanic that you can evade, you will either be dealt enough damage to just die outright, or you will be given a Ruin stack. If you remember from normal mode, there was the Twice Come Ruin. This also returned in the 4th fight of Pandemonium. The difference here is that the Ruin stacks do not have a expiration timer. The stacks will stay with you throughout the entire fight until either the boss is dead or you are dead, whichever happens first. At the start of the instance, we will be in Thrice Come Ruin. This means you are allowed 2 mistakes, because if you would get a 3rd stack, you will instead be given the Doom that will kill you in a couple seconds. Once we get to the 2nd Trash boss, we will shift into Twice Come Ruin. This means you are allowed 1 mistake before a 2nd one will give you a Doom and kill you in a couple seconds. To go over real quick the different ways of getting raised, so that way you will understand how important it is to stay alive. The first and primary way to get raised is going to be through the Re-Raiser effect. This can be granted by the Resistance Re-Raiser item or the Lost Re-Raise action. The item gives you a 70% chance, and the action gives you an 80% chance. If you want to use the action, it is recommended that you use it at the box before we take the jump pads and go do the trash fights at the start, and that you use the items if you ever die and get raised in the middle of a fight. This is because the items can be used on their own. You don't have to swap out any lost actions, because everyone should be using their lost actions to deal as much damage to the boss as they can at basically all times, or take care of specific mechanics. The second way to get raised is through the use of Healer Limit Break 3. While they did increase the radius on this, some of these arenas are still pretty big. If you're a healer attempting to use Limit Break 3 to get people up, please make sure that you get as close to the center of the arena as you can before you push the big shiny button. Technically, you can also get a Healer Limit Break 3 type effect from using the Dynamis dice, but I'm simply stating this for completeness sake. Do not actually use them and do not bring them in and try to use them. It's total randomness, and you might kill yourself instead. The third way to get raised is through a healer using their pure essence of the divine to use Lost Arise. This has approximately a 10% chance of working. Note that you only get 5 casts per plate. Using standard statistics, this means you will need 2 plates to get up a single body. However, this is Final Fantasy XIV, and we all know that RNG in here is true, and therefore can be very, very cruel. And the last way to get anyone up is through the use of Lost Sacrifice. Note, however, that unless you are a tank using your pure essence of the Indomitable, then you will absolutely, positively, 100% be given a special sacrifice doom that will kill you in a couple seconds and prevent you from using another one of the action. It is also very, very heavy. If you are a tank, there is a small chance that you will not be given the doom, and even if you do get given the doom, there is a chance that your Re-Raiser might make you stand back up. Sacrifice is primarily used for once we are getting low on arises or for hero plays, so that way you can get a healer up so they can limit break through their entire party. I will not tell you as a DPS to not bring Sacrifice to try to do the hero play, but you need to be aware that unless you communicate with your healer that you are going to do so, they are probably going to hit that button immediately while you still have the doom before you die, and then you will be on the ground and everyone else in your party will be awake. So please pay attention and do your best. It's not a great idea to bring it if you are not a tank, but I am not going to tell you to not do it because there might be the chance that it can come in handy. I believe that's the primary things there. We do still have one disconnect in Echo, so we will not be able to go in at the moment. But to explain a couple other things, I talk a lot to try to explain everything that I can because I want to make sure that everyone understands things as best they can before we go in. To expand upon this, I also use, I believe it's called a phonetic alphabet, or the military alphabet, so that way it is more clear what I am saying when I am talking about, say, parties or waymarks. The words that I use are Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot. This is so that way you do not get confused by B, C, E, D, and E. I might have said a couple of those twice, but notice how they all end in the same sound, and it's very confusing. I should probably check Discord to make sure that the person who disconnected hasn't said anything. We're still at 48. But they are not in voice chat.
They are grayed out in the party, so we may be at 48, but they are probably having to log back in.
I mean, in Discord. They are not in Discord.
You're at 48 because I poked my head in.
That's fine. Okay. This is unfortunate.
What's the role of the missing person?
They are a dancer, and there's already a fizz range in there, so we could technically replace them with anything? And go into the thread, see if they're online in there. They are offline. Oop. Need to be a little more careful. And the real problem is, if I kick them, they can't rejoin without reforming the entire party finder. I will... How long have they been disconnected? I just cleared my log like an idiot, so I can't look. Okay, I'm going to give them a few more minutes. And if they don't show up by then... Yeah, I know.
I have a question. How are we coordinating brand armor?
Preferably amongst yourselves.
Okay.
Okay, I'm the other rend. If you want to go first, I'll go second. So basically, rend armor is a 30-second 10% damage boost for everyone in the raid, and it's a 60-second cooldown. So you're gonna
We'll
hit
just
it
take turns.
first in a what?
So we take turns.
Yeah, we take turns. So you're gonna hit it first, and I'll hit it second because I'm gonna be doing something with Cam with excellence stuff and things. So I prefer to go
great.
second.
Great.
And
thanks.
basically, once basically what you're gonna be doing is just hitting it off cooldown because it's 60 seconds and it lasts for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'll be the one having to wait.
And for Rad and Loke, hopefully I'm pronouncing things relatively fine. People have a lot of interesting names. Anyway, you are also on the rend list. Technically, that is primarily for guards or as backups. Since we have Griffin with us tonight, we should really only need one backup, hopefully. We only need 2 renders for full uptime on a boss. So...
From what I understood, the other renders were for Queen's Guard.
Yeah. If you want to bring it and have it there, it's one thing that I should update on this sheet to make it a bit more clear as to exactly how this is supposed to be handled. If you are already set up with the rend things, then just take those, and if you happen to see that rend armor is not on the boss, hit the button.
That's my question, is what am I filling for roll-wise? Am I just add tank on my side? Or...
Was that Charlotte?
Yes.
Okay. You are one of the Slimes tanks. Let me see if that slot was assigned to something. You would be North Soldier Trash.
Good.
Okay.
Pick up soldier and don't die. I can probably do that.
That's literally my role in my other learning group, and it's so easy. Great, I love it.
Right, restock my holster.
Alright. I don't like doing this, but we have to. Wait, what did I just do? Oh, I definitely didn't do what I wanted. Oh god. Dadgummit. All right, excellent. Ha 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 ha. Oh, right, I'm on.
I'm here. I just crashed a little, but I'm here. Coming back in.
All right.
Phew.
Wait. Who was that?
Almighty Dinorangi, the tank from Echo, the warrior,
Okay.
coming in.
That's fine. So long as you are here, it's fine.
Hey.
Pohana, Sai, and Scorchy, please let me know. Okay, Scorchy's here.
Hey.
Hyland, thank you very much.
Hey, is this a derv or is this like a whatever?
There's another derv in the party, so literally
Whatever. Done. Okay.
So I assume that already filled then?
Yes, we are full now. Okay. Size. We're just gonna do the hard ready check. Because we're 23 minutes past. I know I was talking for about 15 of those.
Yeah.
This is the other reason that I make my groups 4 hours long. We will be taking a 10 to 15 minute break about halfway through-ish. And of course, if you need to do something in real life before a fight, we can wait a couple minutes there. Everyone hit the yes button. Everyone tell me that you're ready and that you're here, please. Okay. We just had a 48. Don't step away. We're going in.
Sorry, my goldfish caught on fire? I'm kidding.
Yes button is scary, but hit it anyways.
Come on, it's one person.
Does someone have a... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, does someone have a fear of real yes buttons?
Okay. So,
issues.
if you're new, you're going to get the cutscene. It's probably exactly the same as normal mode, as always. If you want to watch it, that's fine. There are things to say here. As always, when we log in, we are stuck inside the circular gay baby jail to keep us from running away. Once that goes down, that means everyone has connected, and that is typically your cue to start popping whatever you need to pop. Before you will be able to see that there is an NPC that can appraise your lost fragments. There is a lost finds cache, and there are 2 jump pads. Do not touch the jump pads until you are absolutely 100% positively sure that you are going to the right spot and that you have everything you need. If you looked at Lynn's suggested holster document, you will see, will have seen that you have a suggested pre-pop and then a full instance. This is the point where you slot in the actions for your pre-pop and use your items there, and then you will load up your full instance so you can take it with you. These jump pads are one-directional, and they have limited uses, and you cannot return. You need to take everything with you in your pockets that you will need for the entire instance. So, since this is a new learning, you're just need really enough up to guard, typically. However, you should get in the habit of taking absolutely everything you will need. If you have not looked at these suggested holsters, you should get into the habit of bringing 2 light curtains with you at the very least. Everyone, even if you are not reflecting, should have 2 light curtains for a specific mechanic on Queen. If you have them, you will be able to use them and sacrifice a GCD, and then you will be able to just not die to a mechanic regardless of whether you use your eyes or not. It's probably going to be a week or 2 before we get there, so don't worry about it too much. Just make sure that you bring 2 in your pocket. Since we are going to be doing slimes and golems, and there are sometimes memes there where we wipe, I am not requiring people to use their pure essences at the very start here. However, you must make sure that you always have one in your pocket if you have not used it before you take the jump pad. If you get to the first boss and you do not have your pure essence on, then you will not have the HP and the defenses necessary to survive the literal first raid-wide attack that happens, and you will die and be dead weight for the entire rest of the fight. This is how this instance works. If you do not have a pure essence on, or you are not being babied and carried by other things, then you will die and you will be dead weight. And their boss will have HP that you have brought and put on it that you are not doing work to get rid of. I'm getting a little harsh there, but I want people to understand that the top priority for everyone once we get to a boss is to kill the boss. Sure, there are some mechanics that people will have to do, but you should be using your lost actions and essences and everything else to deal as much damage as you can. I should pop my stuff too now. So, as I mentioned before, first we have to do slimes and golems. We get trash here that we have to go through first. The way we split this up is we have parties Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie take the west jump pad, that is the one on the left, and they will do the slimes side, whereas parties Delta, Echo, and Foxtrot will take the eastern jump pad, the one on the right coming down the stairs, and they will do golems. You have multiple counselors on the golem side who will walk you through the specifics of things. Those are Jime, Sarah, and Hysteria. But I am going to explain the general specifics of both sides before we get down there. Which is that both sides have a walkway over to a door that you have to interact with to open. Once you open the door, you start an invisible approximately 10-minute timer. Once that timer ends, then an untargetable Reaper will spawn on both sides of the arena, both on slimes and golems, and they will go around dealing damage-capped cleaves to kill everyone. There is an enrage on this trash. Once you open the door, you will have a hallway that is going north and south, and then 4 rooms, 2 on each side. I'm going to hop over to the reference thing and post an image into DR1 on the Discord that shows you the maps for these areas, along with the approximate spawn locations for the traps. The traps are things that you will have to deal with. This is why we have perceptors assigned on both sides. This is typically given to all of the fizz range to make sure that you are doing work and that nothing gets left behind. I saw someone say no bubble. Yes, at no point before we get to the third boss should anyone be handing out survivability buffs. That means no protect, no shell, no bubble, no normal bravery, nothing of that sort.
What happens if you've done that?
You can status off it if you have it on you. The thing to keep in mind is that there is a limit to the number of buffs and debuffs that you can have. I'm not sure exactly how the system works, but since this is DRS and you already have a roles as assigned and raising restricted and your raise of valor and succor and fortitude and your re-raiser and your essence and your reminiscence, and you're going to have party buffs and bravery and everything else, you can actually hit the cap on the number of buffs you can have. This means that you can be denied any specific buffs that you need, like, oh, I don't know, say you're a dancer and you need those buffs to hit your special attacks, or you're a dragoon and you need your wheeling thrust and fang and claw, or you're a warrior and you need your inner release, or you're anyone and you need an aether shield to survive later on in the fight. You need to get buffs to survive, you need buffs to deal damage. If you are capped, you will not be able to get any new ones. It is not fun. Oh yes, you're also going to have, like Lynn mentioned in Yell Chat, can't have more than 32 approximately of buffs, FC buffs, food, debuffs, all added together. Anyway, once we get back down on both Slimes and Golem side, you will see that in the middle of the rooms, on the east and western sides of your hallways, there will be glowing pads. The goals of both sides is to kill certain enemies on top of those glowing pads in a certain way. Slimes will be building up giant green slimes that will then explode. We will explode them all at once in all 4 rooms, whereas golems will be going through one by one, killing golems as they change to the right color on the right pad, and keeping them the right color until they die, with some other extra stuff. Once all 4 pads on both sides are lit up and completed, then all of the enemies will despawn, and we will be able to move through and take the jump pad up to the first boss. At this point, unless anyone has questions for just general specifics against DRS, we should probably do the thing where we split up. Alright, everyone's jumping through. So, if you have gone to Golem's side, if you are in parties Delta Exo or Foxtrot, hop over to Discord and drop down to Alliance Bravo. Over there, your counselors will walk you through the specifics of what you will be doing. Everyone else, if you are listening to me and still up here in Alliance A, you will be getting an explanation for slimes. Why are both jump pads? Oh, because Lynn hasn't gone. Okay. Jansho, I think that's how you pronounce that. I see that you are here and that you missed. For right now, you can watch my stream or someone else's, so that way you can keep getting experience. And then if Griff is willing to drop after this, we can get you in, possibly. Where am I? I put myself on Delta.
Yeah, if we zone out, I'll drop out and get the other person in.
If you haven't done slime, then you can just take my place for this one, because I've technically already learned. I did it last time.
I have cleared this instance far too many times. You can have.
Okay. Thank you.
You can have the spot.
Yeah, sorry about the late ones, guys. It was a little emergency there.
It happens. Okay, so yes. Sorry, I'm looking over things. Again, if you are listening to my voice right now, you're going to be hearing calls and explanations for slimes. I only see 21 people down in Alliance Bravo, so that means some people are up here who probably should not. That said, it is now time to explain. So, as you can see, we have 4 green pads. In the middle of the hallway, once we open the door, there will be spawns of 3 green slimes that will need to be picked up and carried off. The way we do this is that we will have tank number 1 pick up the first set. We will have tank number 2 pick up the second set. And then, as you might expect, 3 will get the third and 4 will get the fourth. You will then take them into your room and make sure that they all stand on top of each other and allow them to cast Fusion. When they cast Fusion, they will grab all of the slimes nearby them and add that many of them as an HP and damage stack. If they get to 5 stacks, that is a total of 6 slimes fused, then they will start casting Rupture. They will be very big, they will stand exactly where they were, and they will cast Rupture. When this goes off, it is a very large AoE, and anyone hit by it will be given a Thrice Come Ruin stack. Also, it will die at the end. So what we are going to do is we are going to build up and fuse the 6th slime at the end all together at the same time, so that way they all explode at approximately the same time. And once they are fusing and rupturing, we will all run out of the hallway back towards the other side and stand at the safe spot. I'm getting the yell flag over there. So that's what we're going to do. Again, to do that, we're going to have tank number 1 grab the first full set, tank number 2 grab the second full set, so on and so forth, and then we will have tank number 1 pick up 2 slimes from the next set. Tank number 2 will pick up 1 from that set and 1 from the next set. Tank number 3 will pick up 2 that remain, and then tank number 4 will pick up 2 from the last set. After this point, the tanks will take all of their 5 slimes to the green pad, let them fuse up there and get nice and big, and the healers that are assigned to the individual rooms will move out and grab 1 slime each. You are to grab this with your standard straight damage action, your glare, your whatever, I don't remember what any of the things are, not your damage over time ability. Your straight damage, your broil, your glare, your malefic? Yes, the Astro Glare. Y'all know what it is. Don't fight over it. If someone hits something that you have already grabbed and they dealt more damage and they take it away from you, that's fine. Just target a different slime and take that one. Healers, once you have that green slime, you will take it into your room. You will stand in a corner, keeping it away from your tank's slime. You are going to let the slime just bop on you, and you're going to keep yourself alive for a little bit. Once every room is at 4 stacks or 5 fusions and 1 holding, I will do a call out. The tanks that are tanking will target their healer's slime. There will be a 3, 2, 1 provoke countdown. You will provoke the slime off of them. You'll make sure that it walks into your green slime on the green pad. They will fuse up and they will explode. It's when things go smoothly on slimes, they go very smoothly. If anything goes wrong, we do not control the timer for the slimes coming down, and everything gets very scary. DPS, you might be wondering what you do. Your job is to go into your assigned room and wait for any red slimes that drop down. I believe they are called sanguine clots. They have absolute aggro on the first person to deal damage to them, and they will have a nice yellow tether to that person. You will deal damage to the red slimes, take it away from the center of the arena, preferably to one of the back 2 corners of the room, and then you will just kill it. It doesn't matter if you're the one who pulled it in. If you're a DPS in a room and you see a red slime, you shift your target to it and you kill it immediately. Because red slimes will also fuse, and if they fuse, they will turn into a big red slime. And then they're going to have basically a bunch of damage, and they're going to run around one-shotting people, and it's really bad. So you need to pay attention, and you need to kill red slimes as soon as you can. There will also be trash spawning at the north and south doors. These are undead mobs. They have normal aggro tables. We have a tank up top and the duelist down south who will be taking care of those. We also have floating healers who will be keeping an eye on them, or picking up for any bad things that happen on the rooms up there. Just keep an eye out if you're a floating healer. Perceptors. Who do we have percepting? Power and Callista. If you want to follow the number 4 waymark over here, my perceptors. I don't know if you've read up on this before, but if you push your perception button right here, you will get a system text thing telling you whether or not you detect any undiscovered traps. If you could tell us what that information is right now, that would be fantastic. Okay, and then you can also do it all the way over here in the corner. And this allows us to pre-percept these southern rooms and let us know if there are traps in there. I believe we have a trap in southeast, and that means there will be also one north and one in the middle of the hallway. The middle of the hallway traps will always spawn on that brown line in the very middle of the hallway, either in the very middle, on the left, or on the right. This means that you can step in quite a ways before you hit the perception. The one in the middle of the hallway always needs to be percepted, because if it is not, then it is going to be very difficult for anyone who is north to get to the spot they need to. Yes, reminder to wiggle check, make sure you do something in game to not get kicked. Perceptors, your job is to make sure that you find the traps before you do anything else. Ideally, Power Bandana will percept the southern rooms, but if we ever have a situation where both the traps are north, then obviously hit the north rooms. The traps always spawn in the rooms in a straight line from the doorway towards the pad. So if I steal Alpha and Bravo, something like that, and that, they always spawn along that line. So if you are ever going inside a room, make sure that you go inside the door and then immediately hook a left or right and follow along the wall, and you cannot step onto a trap. There are always 3 traps. 2 will be inside the rooms and 1 will be in the middle of the hallway. There will always be 2 massive explosions that deal damage cap and 1 poison. The poison is a very strong poison, but it is cleansable. So if you have normal antidotes, you are able to use those and cleanse yourself. Otherwise, hope that you have a healer with Asuna. With Isuna, paying attention. I think I've explained everything. If anyone has questions, or if any counselors have things that I've forgotten, please pipe up. Tanks, make sure that you have your tank stance on. If you are over level 80, you got level synced.
All I have to say is that if you're a Preceptor, please percept the middle trap first and then go southeast. It's a lot better, because then you can have the first tank go in, grab 3, and immediately go to the room.
Yeah.
Oh, also, if you're the Preceptor here or anywhere else, don't run ahead as soon as you press the button, because the traps take a bit to show up, and you can trigger it before you can see it.
Yes, pay attention to what your system text says. Pay attention to your text log and not necessarily the floating text in the middle of your screen. You're going to be pushing the button faster than that text can refresh in the middle of your screen. If it tells you you do not detect a trap after you step inside a doorway, then that means there's probably not a trap in that room. Scorchy, you can do AoE healing, but you shouldn't need to. A thing for tanks to keep in mind is to be careful and smart with your personal heals. You have a tank stance, and thus you will generate more enmity with that. If the trash have spawned, and you push a heal immediately after, you will pull the trash into your room. Those soldier trashes, by the way, they have a point-blank AoE. If you get hit by that, you will be knocked back and given a Doom stack, a Ruin stack. Additionally, if it hits any slimes, they will be knocked back, and it can create a very hectic situation. If you are a dancer or a white mage, please be careful with your dancing and your assis. Be smart about it being the back of the room, not close to the hallway, otherwise you might hit these slimes out in the middle of the hallway. Also, the green slimes that drop in the middle of the hallway like to walk around, and they might walk into your room. Do your best judgment call. If one does, it can get very hectic. Wisp, you are the healer for Bravo. Your only job is to stay... Okay, you have 2 jobs. Go into the northeast room, keep your tank alive, keep your DPS alive, and then once I call for it, you will be stepping out into the hallway and picking up a single green slime and holding it in a corner of your room. Okay. Yes, Kia, you are on south. Your primary job is to keep Cam alive. Cam should probably be fine, but just toss him a regen or something if needed. And then if something bad happens south, you might need to step up and be a room healer. But hopefully things should be nice, and you just get to stand there and kind of watch things happen around you. Okay. Any last questions? Okay. No one is saying anything, so I'm going to say that we are starting the countdown. We're going to go 15 seconds. Perceptors, please get to the door. There is no confirmation for opening the door. Try to open it when the countdown says 2. Tank number 1, get ready. As soon as that trap in the middle is found, you are picking up the first set of slimes. Tank number 1, pick up those slimes. Take it to your room, please. Tank number 2, get ready, please. Poison trap up north. Tank number 2, pick up your slimes. Tank number 3, get ready, please. There's still a poison trap somewhere north unless someone's hit it. Tank number 4, get ready. Tank number 1, please get ready to pick up 2 slimes from the next set. You are killing red slimes inside your room, in the back corners, please, not in the hallway. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't know where we are. I have too many red slimes in my room. I can't see what's happening. I'm sorry. Tank number 2, have you picked up your 2 from the center of the hallway? If not, please go do so. Tank number 3, you can do so as well. And now we have a big red slime. Okay, that's definitely going to be a wipe. Tank 3, you have your fusions up. I would want to pick mine up. Okay, that's gonna be a wipe. Everyone come to one of the explosion traps. Do not pop it yet, stand around it. We want to kill as many people as we can all at once. Also aggro the red slime so that way it can kill you. No one can leave the instance until everyone is dead over here.
If you re-raise, gather around the second explosion trap in room 4. Don't pop it yet. Wait till everyone's here. And go ahead. If you re-raise, just try to get hit by the red slime or get hit by Bajan soldiers.
Yes. Every DPS needs to get into their room immediately and pick up every single red slime as soon as it drops and kill it as soon as you can. That is your only job. I'm not trying to be mean, I'm trying to hammer home the concept. Everyone on Slime side can now click the button to lose metal and leave the instance.
If we wipe KO, then we simply have to leave the instance and re-instance, which is why having so many extra peers and re-raisers and actions in general is so important. If we're waiting on golems to wipe, did you want to get that other person in here, or?
Oh, right, yes.
I'll just go ahead and I think they're still here, aren't they? I'll go ahead and leave if you want to put the
they're
PF back
still
up
in.
for them.
Okay, Jansho, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. The party is up under private. The password is 701.
And you are a render, by the way. I don't know if that was already what you were before, but
Yeah, I was a render.
Alright.
Thank you for helping out, Griff.
It's no problem.
That's
Password
for you, Griffin, if you want to watch.
8961. The password is incorrect.
The password is 701 right now.
701.
I accidentally reset things, so I just set it to the base. Thank you.
There we go. Thanks for letting me in.
I mean, honestly, slimes looked like it was going decently well. It was just the red slime, so DPS just need to make sure that they get into the rooms as soon as possible and kill the red slimes as soon as possible.
Yes.
Other than that, I was looking at it, and I know you couldn't really see, but it looked like everyone was getting their the stacks properly. So as long as we get that taken care of, you guys should be fine.
Yes, and I want to be clear, I'm not mad at anyone. If anything, I'm just frustrated at the situation, and I like things to go smoothly, and might be a little frustrated because I couldn't see what was happening and I couldn't do my job as a caller.
I'm on the southwest corner for slimes. I can keep an eye on the south area for the red slimes, if that helps to make sure that it goes well. Because on the southwest corner we were doing pretty well. On the southeast was where they seemed to have some troubles. They saw a tank alone with a red slime.
Yeah.
So I can just pop in there if I see things going south.
Southeast is my room, and there were like 2 red slimes out, and then another one dropped next to me, and I accidentally AoE'd it.
Yeah, no, I saw that. I managed to kill one, but the one using fusion, I couldn't get to it in time.
What's happening? Why are we...
Power Bandana's wondering if they can enter southern front Zad to burn clusters.
What is it that you need to buy? Are you out of... Okay, fine, do it quick. This is why on the sign up and other things I suggested that you have 10 pure essences for the first night and 5 for every night afterwards. Because the first night we have slimes and golems mistakes. It always happens. And they might happen in the future as well, and we're going to have multiple runs.
I think that's why, like, my trainer, when they did that one-time run, she said that always expect death, just bring a lot, stack as much as you can, because you're all gonna die, and we're gonna keep on dying until we learn this.
And keep in mind that we are re-instancing. This means that any actions that you have already slotted are still there, along with whatever uses were remaining on them if they have limited uses. However, any items that you have used, such as pure essences or re-razors, are now gone. You will need to pop new ones of those. Again, you need to make sure that you have a pure essence once we get to the first boss. If you have a limited number of those, then you can use a baby essence or a cheap essence, but make sure that you use some essence of some kind to help you do your job. Some sort of skirmisher, ordained, guardian, whatever makes sense for you, but make sure that it helps you deal damage or stay alive if you are going to be taking damage. Again, I'm not trying to be mean, I just sometimes lose emotion in my voice. And I want to make sure that people understand what I am saying, both phonetically, by enunciating, and making sure that I am clear in my language so that way people know what is expected of them. Once you are sure that you have popped everything that you need to pop, you can go ahead and take your jump pad. Again, if you are listening to me, which 27 of you are, you should be going to Slime Side. There are 24 people in Golems chat, so I assume those are the 24 people doing Golems. I see that Cam is doing a Discord screen share. If you would like to watch through there, that is perfectly fine, but if you are not in the group, please keep yourself muted and do not disrupt things. Right, sounds like the box is clear. Okay, looks like we have the same south trap setup as before. We have a trap in room 4, the southeast room, and that means there will be one trap randomly in one of the north rooms. Again, Perceptors, make sure that you get that one in the middle of the hallway first, and then get to the other rooms. Everyone else, make sure that you are getting into your room as soon as you can and killing those red slimes. I'm going to go through the room assignments just to make sure that everyone is where they need to be. In room 1, in the northwest, we have Sai, Mocha, Senbo, Amalthea, and Callista. In northeast, in room 2, we have Poponara, we have Wisp, we have Johnny, we have Tess, and we have Ghost. In the southwest, on room 3, we have Lynn, Scorchy, I believe that's Shansha, sorry, Airstall and Mint. And then in 4, we have myself, Kelthana, Leia, Nox, and Power. That should be 3 DPS, 1 healer, and 1 tank per room. Again, if anyone has questions about what is expected of them, or about anything else, you need to speak up so that way I can answer that question, and we can clear up any confusion. Okay. So, alright. You do not need to burn lost actions on anything over here except for perception, which will be replaced anyway. Those are primarily for the bosses. Once we get to the trash bosses, you can use them there if it will not interrupt your ability to do damage to the actual bosses, but you do not need to use any here. Okay. So long as there are no questions and everyone is ready, I'm going to say that slimes are ready, so that way they are aware. And that was your cue to say something, if you are not ready. Alright, everyone seems ready, so we're doing a 15-second countdown again. Again, Perceptors, please be ready to percept the traps. North rooms, as soon as you see that north, or that center trap is revealed and the slimes picked up, move up to your rooms and take care of your reds. South DPS, already get into your room, just hook a wall, hook a turn, and stay on the wall. Tank number 1, pick up, please. Tank number 2, please get ready. Next set is yours. Tank number 3, the next set is yours. And tank number 4, the next set is yours. Tank number 1, please get ready. You are picking up 2 slimes from the next set that drops. Pick up 2 slimes, tank number 1. Tank number 2, get ready to pick up 2 from this set and the next. Tank number 2, go ahead and pick up 2 slimes. Tank number 3, you get the remainders. Please go ahead and grab them. And then tank number 4, you get 2. Healers, 4 rooms, you can now pick up 1 slime and hold it in your room. There's only 1 out right now, so don't fight over it. Other healers, there is now more slimes. Please pick up 1 and take it into your room. Alright, I believe all rooms are holding. Target your healer's slimes tanks. And 3, 2, 1, provoke and pull it into the middle of your green slime. Make sure it fuses on the pad in the middle of the pad. Oh, goddamn. We might be late on 4. Well, deal. Okay, that's 4 fusions. That's 3 ruptures. And that's 1 more. Everyone out, out, out. Pick up any soldiers and reds on the way. Take them with us. Ranged, it is your job to keep an eye on that 1 red slime that is coming with us. Interrupt it if it starts to fuse. You can do drive-by stuns on the soldiers if you need to. But everyone in the far back corner, all the way, all the way. Okay, we are moving back. We are done with slime side. The trasher is going to keep spawning until golems are done. we need to just kill them. Again, stun that AoE if you need to. Also, Perceptors, once we are done, please do not leave. I want to point out something. Okay, these will... Alright, we are done. Anyone who wants to know about perception, notice how the trap is on this brown line in the middle of the hallway. The trap always spawns along this line. There is no need to be popping your perception back here where it is not going to hit the trap. You can run up into the rubble and hit it here, and you will reveal the trap. Just make sure that you give yourself a second so you don't run into it and catch it when it's in the middle. I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad there. I'm trying to give advice so that way things go quicker and easier next time. I didn't see anyone dead, but if there are any dead, speak now before all the healers leave and you are not able to continue on. I don't have a sacrifice, so I can't do anything for you anyway. Once you have taken the jump pad, you will have a staircase, and there are 2 traps here. Not traps. Chests. There are personal spoils chests. Make sure that you pick them up. They will give you 1 fragment each.
I was going up those stairs as you said that, so...
If only there was a trap on the way to Seeker. God, I wish.
Between the two, is Slimes easier or harder, or are they pretty much even?
There are ways that things can go bad on both sides, but as you saw, when I was unable to keep things going on pace, the first time we were in, Slimes got out of control very, very quickly because we do not control the timer there. If things go wrong on Golems, it is easier to fix, and Golems is also pretty straightforward enough that they do not need callouts. So once we get more comfortable, we will not be having Golems split down. Slimes is typically where the memes happen. Also, sometimes you have enough Slimes memes that Golems start to get lackadaisical, and they make mistakes, and then you get the very rare Golems meme.
It was more so it was a bunch of learners, and learners, it's bound to happen.
I'm not making fun of anyone here. I'm saying that sometimes you end up in a learning group where like you get 3 or 4 slime swipes back to back, and Golems is like, we're doing it perfectly every time, and then one mistake happens, and suddenly
I hopped into the end of that conversation. I missed a lot of context.
Someone was just asking.
My question
if
was,
Golems are easier.
Yeah.
I see.
Are we supposed to grab both of these chests or just one of the numbers?
They are personal spoils. If you do not pick them up, you do not get anything from them. You should pick them both up. They each have a single fragment that can give you a pure essence. Hopefully it is one that will help you. So, congratulations, we have gotten through trash. We can now get to an actual boss. Welcome to Trinity Seeker. I will also, in case people don't remember, I will remind you that the 3rd boss is Trinity Avowed, so most people just call this boss Seeker. In my opinion, this is the worst boss of the raid because it never gets easier, and you have to do it every single time. However, chances are those of you who are learning will have more trouble with further bosses learning them, but the problem is you have to do Seeker every single time. Seeker has 3 different phases. As you might be able to tell, Seeker is using the Ravna skeleton. And as you might remember, Ravna has 3 different phases there. We are starting out in the 4 katana mode. There is also the twin greatsword, and then there is also the punchy mode. Each of these represents one of the blades that has been turned into the amalgam before you by the queen. I forget what her name is because I skipped through basically every single cutscene because I can't stand looking at some of the characters in this game. Anyway, this boss uses a lot of the mechanics from normal mode, but they are faster and they will double up. The first major thing to keep in mind is that Seeker can use manifest avatar, which will create untargetable clones of Seeker who will drop down into the arena and do other mechanics. This allows things to happen back to back to back, and also to bring in mechanics from other phases into the current one. The major mechanic that we will see time and time again during this fight is Fourfold Mercy. I typically call this as just 4 swords. Ideally, Trinity's Seeker will be in the center of the arena facing one of the cardinal directions, but sometimes that can get a bit messy. But what Seeker will do is hold out their 4 swords in the 4 intercardinal directions of themselves on the 4 diagonals, and they will glow in order, and they will do half-room cleaves in that order. If we are lucky, that we will have safe spots on one side of the boss for the first 2, and then we will just be able to cross over to the other side. I will be calling out the safe spots according to the numbered waymarks. So if we have an easy pattern, that might be something like a safe spot at 2 and 3, and at that point I would stop calling the mechanic and I would just tell you to stand on the 2-3 side of the boss, and then cross directly over to the 1-4 side. Since these are diagonal half-room cleaves from the middle of the boss, this means that the closer you are to the boss, the easier and less movement you will have to do to evade the upcoming cleaves. While I am calling out 2 as a safe spot, that does not mean you have to stand on the 2 waymark. That just means that you need to be in the direction of the 2 waymark. These cleaves come out very, very quickly, and they happen, again, this mechanic happens multiple times throughout the fight. Thus, please pay attention. If we get a bad pattern, it is what we typically call a crossover, and that would be something like 1, 3, 2, 4. You can still take care of this in 2 different movements, but you just have to move at a slightly different time, but you will need to be moving in that order. Again, these come out very quickly, and I'm going to remind you that it is very difficult to get anyone up who dies in this. So if at any point you see that a thought-heavy mechanic or movement-heavy mechanic is happening, don't worry about your DPS. Feel free to drop your entire rotation and just stop attacking and focus on the movement. We're probably going to get very close to Enrage on the first time here. If we clear, that's fine. If we don't, then we just try again and we come back in. We want you to learn these fights and to be able to do them again and again and again, because you have to do them again and again and again to get to the further fights. So if you need to stop attacking to learn things and to do things correctly and not die, that is preferable to, again, dying. Yes, as people in Yell Chat are saying, DPS is 0 if you die. It doesn't matter if you greeted in another GCD if you are then dead and or given your brink of death, blah blah blah. You all know what it is. The second very important mechanic is going to be Seasons of Mercy. This is the one that will spawn a white moon on one of the intercardinals. There will also be 2 sets of crisscross ice line AoEs on the ground. That's the thing where you have to stand in the safe spot and then shift over to a spot that was double unsafe as it becomes the new safe spot. If you've ever been in a Labyrinth of the Ancients and you've seen the last boss go on for way too long, you've seen the Bacon Weave, it's that. Y'all know what crisscross AoEs are, right? The other mechanic that happens during it is on a different intercardinal from the moon. There's going to be a pink lotus AoE on the ground that will expand in size. You will need to get beyond the waymark, the number waymark that is diagonal of it. So if the lotus is on 4, you need to get beyond 2. There are other spots that are safe, but that is how I am going to be moving the boss. The way this goes is that if you look at the moon, by the way, you get petrified in place, and then everything else gives you Dune stacks. So good luck if you get stuck in place. You're probably dead. One mechanic you didn't see in normal mode is there are going to be comets or dives These are the Ravna dashes where a bunch of clones are going to drop down around the edge of the arena. When they drop down, they deal point-blank circular AoE, so you need to be in the center of the arena so you don't get hit by those, and then they're going to dash across the arena in the order they drop down, so we need to move around the arena in that direction. These dashes are thick. That is thick with 2 C's, like a Pixar mom or whatever it is the kids are horny about these days. I don't know, I don't care. You know what it means. They are thick. You need to give them space. You need to respect them. The other main mechanic that I need to explain is that during the punchy phase, there are going to be the dead iron earth shakers coming from a clone in the center. These are yellow tethers to the untargetable clone in the center. These are cones or thin lines coming from the boss in the center, the untargetable clone of the boss in the center. Again, if you get hit by it, you are given, you are dealt earth damage and you are given an earth vulnerability. Thus, if you get hit by 2 of them, you will die, which means if you drop it on the boss and everyone who is there on the boss dealing damage, you are going to give them all vulnerabilities, and anyone picked for the next thing is going to die because you didn't move. Or if you drop it for the second set that happens, then you are going to kill anyone who had the mechanic for the first one, and it's going to be your fault that they died. Again, not trying to be mean, just trying to put the actual blame where it is, because you need to know that if you don't respect the mechanic, then you have fucked up. And yes, as Lynn is mentioning right now, literally every single form of getting raised in this instance does not ask your permission. It will lift you up off the ground exactly where you laid. There is no confirmation dialogue. All there is an animation and a sound. You need to be paying attention. If you are dead, you do not leave the computer. You stay there and you wait to get raised, either by the limit break 3 at the end of the fight, or healers manually doing it at the end. We do not want you raised and then immediately die into mechanics because you are not touching buttons. I could explain more. Oh, there are going to be chains. I do need to explain chains. What I mean by chains are people are going to get red-orange marks over their head, and there's going to be a, like, jangling chain sound. When those marks go away, everyone who was marked will randomly be tethered to another person who was. You will then need to move away to break the chain. If you don't do it fast enough, you start taking damage over time. It's a basic chain. You need to be as close as you can to make it easy to break it as best you can. If you are over at Bravo and your partner happens to be over at Delta, then you will need to move back in close to each other and then away in order to break it. Kia, you can use Lost Arise to get people up. However, it is probably going to be a waste to do so unless you are getting someone up at the very start of a fight, or you are getting a healer up so that way they can use Limit Break 3. By the way, I should talk about Limit Break etiquette. The only people who should ever be touching Limit Break in here are the healers, and in some very rare cases, tanks. But typically, it should only be healers and only when it is Limit Break 3. It is so difficult to get people up in here, and a lot of you are progging, so I honestly expect a lot of people to make mistakes and learn through those mistakes and die. I'm, again, not slamming you, just it's how it goes. It happened to me back when I learned. It's going to happen to you too. Where's my coat? There we are. I did not explain the knockback. If I call out there will be mechanics where we will either have to, quote, hide or get knocked. If it's hide, you need to be behind one of these wooden barricades, because the boss is going to be in the center and do an attack that will kill you. Otherwise, you will need to be in front of one of them so you can get knocked back into it. I will call it out as best I can. It has been a hot second since I've done calling for this, so it might not be the best, but we should be fine. Before I keep us talking here until 10 p.m., let's probably just move up and get ready. If you are ready to go, the typical way that we do ready checks in here, since we do not have alliance stuff, is that we get everyone onto the dirt ring up here, preferably behind the Charlie waymark. This tells us that you are here and ready to go. If you are a dancer who wants to pre-dance, that is fine. Just be, you know, away and moving around so that when we know you're here.
So, with there being like 10 tanks, there's one main tank, right? And everyone just turns off their
Yes.
stance?
I was about to get to that. I'm going to be your main tank for the first time that we see every single boss. And possibly for Beyond, we're going to deal with that when we get there. I have a backup tank set up as Syrah. Everyone who is not me should have their tank stance off. We do not want this moving around and being awkward. I do not see anyone behind the purple line, so I'm assuming that everyone is ready to go. So eat your raid food, make sure that you have your pots ready to go. Ask any questions that you need to, and I will get a countdown started here in a second. The very first mechanic that will happen is that Trinity Seeker will cast a raid wide. If you do not have a Pure Essence on, you will die. After this will be 4 swords, followed up by Seasons of Mercy. There's that raid wide. And now we're going into 4-fold Mercy. After the Manifest Avatar, of course. Our safe spots are starting at 1. Crossover, it is 1-3. 1-3-4-2. 1-3-4-2. These come out quick, be ready. 3, 4, and then over to 2. Season of Mercy, look away from 1, look away from 1, and then also get beyond 1 to evade the Lotus. A nasty pattern for your very start, I'm sorry. Get back to the boss as best you can. This is going to be a raid wide, possibly a basic ass tank buster, and then these sides will get cleaved. Basic ass tank buster. And now make sure you are behind the boss. We are going to be phasing into the Twin Great Swords. This opens up with the sides of the boss getting cleaved. You must be behind, in front of, or inside the boss's hitbox. At this point, everyone needs to stay behind the boss. Upcoming next are tank buster bullshit. You don't need to worry about it. This is a stack buster or an immunity buster. It deals a lot of damage. This is Phantom Edge. It is modifying the next buster coming up. This is a fake buster. If anyone else is up here or there is any physical logical movement, they get busted and killed. It's not fun. And now we're going to bait and break chains as best we can, followed up by a hide or get knocked, and it looks like it's going to be break chains and get behind a barricade. Get behind a barricade now. Get back into the boss. Next up is going to be dashing clones. Get close to the boss and be ready to not get hit by things. We are starting at 3. This is going to be another hide or get knocked. And it looks like it's going to be a hide. We're going to rotate counterclockwise and hide behind the barricade at Bravo 2. Get behind the wooden barricade.
That's a huge fucking rip.
Raid wide, and then everyone stack up on 2, on the ignore 1, on the 2-way mark. Up next, we're going into punchy phase, and that opens up with the Kamehameha stack laser. You do not want to take this alone. Everyone stack up on exactly the ignore 1. We are going to get an Iron Splitter next. This is going to be where different rings of the arena are safe or unsafe. Oh, next up is easily dodgeable baited lines. And mechanic so easy, I forget to talk about it. Suggest loosely stack, dodge the yellow lines. and then get on
White sand.
dirt, sand, yellow, dirt, sand, yellow. Get on dirt, sand, yellow. We're going to get a couple more of those, and this is going to be with the dead iron earthshaker tethers. Follow along with the boss, evade the bad rings, and take the tethers away from the group. You do not get uptime. Brick Bluestone, get on Brick Bluestone. Take those tethers away. They come out late the first time. One of those was very close. Get on Dirt, Sand, Yellow, Dirt, Sand, Yellow. Take those tethers away from the group. Rotate around the arena. More easily dodgeable baited lines. Use your eyeballs, don't get hit. This should be a raid wide into the next phase transition. This is going to be cleaving a plus sign, just like Endwalker Trial number 2. It is even blue, just like it. Max melee is technically safe, but scary. Get intercardinal of the boss now, cleaving a plus shape. Get close in. I think it's dashes into 4 swords.
Yes.
As you can tell, I know everything about this fight. Stay close, don't get hit by those dashes. We're going to be starting at 4 and then rotating around the arena. For our sword safe spots, we are starting at 1. Easy mode, 1 to 4, that is on the boss's right-hand side or the west side of the arena. 1-4 side for 2 cleaves. After the second cleave, cross straight over to east. That's 1 and that's 2, cross over. And then look away from 2, this is Orb and Lotus. And then get beyond 1 to evade the Lotus.
Nice.
Bait and break your chains as best you can. I'm sorry for calling that out late, I always forget. And this should be a raid wide into a normal ass tank cluster, so stay away from that ignore 1. It is in fact a cleave. Normal tank busters, just pop a mid or 2. This is going to be Iron Splitters plus 4 swords. You're going to do the first Iron Splitter, the first safe ring, dodge every single sword, and then do the opposite ring. We are starting at 3 for our safe spot. Easy mode, 3-2. East side of the arena. Get on Dirt, Sand, Yellow, Dirt, Sand, Yellow. Get on Dirt, Sand, Yellow, and then cross over onto Brick, Blue, Stone. Underneath the boss will be safe after this next cleave. Cross over to the 1-4 side, Brick, Blue, Stone. One more Iron Splitter coming up. It could be anything. It is Brick, Blue, Stone. Get on Brick, Blue, Stone to be safe. Seasons of Mercy, Orb and Lotus coming up next. Look away from 3, look away from 3. And then get beyond 2, get beyond 2. There are also baited lines this time. Up next should be the boss phasing. After this raid wide, get close in, sides are going to get cleaved. Healers, as long as you are safe, you can pop your limit breaks now if you have them and they are level 3. We need more damage on this boss. Normally I would wait until after this mechanic. This is the tricky mechanic. This is going to be a hide or get knocked. Swords on a clone out on a cardinal, and then chains. In that order. This is going to be a get knocked. Clone is down south towards C. Get knocked into 3. Get knocked into 3. Our safe spot is Charlie. It is outside of the arena for 2. Charlie blank. Charlie blank for 3. Right in front of the clone's face. Right in the clone. 1, 2. Cross into the inside of the arena. Stay close to bait your chains. Stay close to bait your chains. If you are a healer and you have people dead and you have not used Limit Break 3, use it now, please. This should be a raid wide into an Iron Splitter, followed up by a hide or get knocked in that order. Be ready for that hide if it is. This is a get knocked easy mode. get ready to get knocked into any of the intercardinal barricades, it doesn't matter which. Get on brick blue stone, underneath the boss is safe. Underneath the boss is safe for brick blue stone. Get knocked into a barricade. This next mechanic is going to be the opposite of the first one. It is chains, swords on a clone, and then hide or get knocked. The timing is atrocious. Do your best. Clone is down south. Get close to it. Our safe spots are 3. Fuck,
Back of the clones, back of the clone, inside the arena, outside the arena.
3, 4. And then 1. And then looks like we're hiding. Get behind a barricade. Get behind a barricade. Sorry, that is a nightmare to call. Oh, this is a fake buster. Stay away from the front of the boss. Stay away from the front of the boss. No movement up there. And then this will be Enrage.
Mm-hmm.
Plus shape? No.
No, this is Enrage.
Intercarnals.
Enrage.
It's a slow cast, it's an Enrage.
Look, it said Merciful End.
Ah, yeah. Boss do that.
Congratulations to everyone whose re-raiser at the end just popped. Which seems to be no one, actually. Congratulations, that was Seeker. That was very close to Enrage. Hopefully you all learned some things, or you have things to ask about. We are an hour and a half in. I'm going to say we can take a short break here. Try to be back at 45. That would be 9:45 Eastern, 8:45 Central, so on and so forth. 45 on the clock. Go stand up, walk around, drink some water, go to the restroom. Yeah, XX45. I knew I forgot something.
Tea time.
I am personally going to go stand up and walk around a little bit, but if you have questions, feel free to toss.
Alright, so that wasn't entirely terrible. That last bit. Man, I don't know, that was a rough call. Not entirely terrible. Even with, man, what's it called? Honors. Even with battle honors, we still met Enrage pretty soundly. A lot of people must have died. Or there's not a lot of people with honors. That's bad. Eh. I was doing pretty good up until that, bad judgment call on dodging, flowers. Flowers. Oh, I know that one. I know the one you're talking about, Talon. I think it's Toxicity by System of a Down. See, I'm catching what you're selling. I think my game's bugged. Hello? Bodies hit the floor. Is that by corn? Oh, just needed a little help. Yeah, let the bodies hit the floors by the beetles, right? I think, Drowning Pool did that? I thought they did, I thought they did it all for the Nookie. I'm being a complete idiot. Don't worry about me. I know it's Bodies by Drowning Pool. I'm just being a goober. Riveting gameplay. Are you sure the Beatles didn't do Bodies? That sounds very... It's a weird button. Okay, I believe you. Yeah, I think Paul McCartney. I think I remember Paul McCartney singing something like, "Imagine all the bodies," something like that. A really hardcore song. Remember, everybody, not even once. How's everybody doing? Everybody enjoying the funny rating? 'Cause I think it's really funny. The fact that we have to jump back in to get back to where we lost is really rough. This Samus Eater is fake. It happens every time. Oh. I don't know, man. I think that once I do this and get Cerberus, I think I'm good. I think there's way better ways to get these lost fragments. Which is why there's not a whole lot of old guards still doing shit. What, huh? What the fuck? Oh yeah, high-end duties. Yeah, that's also fair enough. I'm gonna try to reach a save room. And by try to, I mean check this out. Almost. At least slime is like incredibly easy. Or at least the strat that we're doing is. Oh shit, right. There we go.
Oh, and for any white mages who didn't figure it out, if you are using Seraph Strike, you can use Thin Air before it to not have to deal with that 5,000 MP cost. It is really nice.
Yeah. Bit of a missed angle.
You can use that every single time Seraph Strike is up. However, on certain fights, that means that it's going to be timed exactly when grade-wide damage is out, so be smart, be nice.
God damn it. Where is it? Am I overshooting it?
Unfortunately, Johnny Boy is our lost flare star, so I do not believe that they can use
There it is.
Seraph Strike. Vetter, that was Shout Chat, but I saw that you were here.
Alright, Talon, I have a question for you. Where's Gronkemeyer?
I'm guessing Zetter is also better. So.
Yeah, I might have slurred things a little bit. I am not super good at pronunciation at all times.
No, I mean in the chat. I'm ready though.
Thank you very much for the
Oh wait, did I say
Prime
Oh, I did.
for the
Look,
Prime sub.
They're close in the alphabet. They're the weird
Where's
letters.
Gronkemeyer?
Fine, that could be my nickname for this.
Don't worry about it. Regalia, if you are here in voice,
I don't-
please let us know when you are.
Sorry about the lack of alerts, Kanos. This is
Alright, we're gonna try the hard ready check.
this is big boy time, so I'm having everything off.
Just like before, we are going in again, except we are now one boss fight attempt in. Take a look at your actions. If you do not have enough for 2 boss fights, then you need to slot in a new one. And of course, you will always need to slot in a new essence and...
Enjoy your gun lance. Check that shit out. It's rarity 1, but you know, it's a gun lance. You're getting into it. Enjoy low rank.
Oh, come on, there's only one of you. Who thank you.
Alright. Radio silence.
Okay.
Bird up.
There you go.
No one pay attention to the fact that I'm being cheap. I'm going to be overriding my second action with Dispel for guard, so please don't get mad at me for using...
Thank you for getting me closer to learning a Kerbo speedrun. Welcome to Bird Up. We're stream on
If there are
Twitch.
no general questions for the whole group, if you are in Delta Echo Foxtrot, go ahead and drop back down to the Alliance Bravo chat. We're probably going to do that for the rest of the night.
Gotta do golems and slimes again, huh?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Every single time.
I don't have enough re-razors. Oh no.
If only meant. If only.
How do I do it? How do I get help? I don't know, but fortitudes are like 48k on my server. It's really bad.
No
It
traps
looks
in the south.
Yep. Looks like on Slime side, both of our traps are north. I'm updating my Slime side. Again, I tried to capitalize a number. I keep doing this. Oh, that is not where you should have put perception. Did you forget you're pure as well? If you did, speak up now so that we can deal with it. Oh. I know. Okay. We are going to re-instance. It's unfortunate. Go ahead and hop out. Don't open the door or anything.
Give me like 25 sec. Oh, someone left. Another person left.
I dropped down to Golem's chat and told them. Okay, I think that's everyone out. Okay, apologies for that, but it happens. Something sacrifice the pure essences to the gods of DRS, blah blah blah. Make sure that you pop everything that you need to pop beforehand, which are things that you probably just popped and lost. I apologize. Okay, good. I still have enough indons. Okay. I haven't looked at my cache in a while.
No traps in the south again.
Thank you. I keep telling the tale, but in one of my learning groups, on the night that we got the clear, we had to re-instance like 3 times in a row. It was a lot of sacrificed pure essences. It was 2 or 3, I don't remember exactly. Anyway, it was at least different people, but it was definitely one of those things where I had to get into a stern voice and tell everyone, make sure you pop it. If my slimes tanks could please mark themselves. It's always difficult for me to find you because I don't have full names on. Thank you very much. Box is clear, so I assume that everyone is here and ready. No one has said that they are going AFK. Alright, and here we go. Again, it sounded like both traps are north, so make sure you get that center and then split up to the east and west to percept the northern rooms. Tank number 1, please get ready for the first set of slimes to drop down. Percept that middle hallway, thank you very much. Tank 1, pick up those. Tank 2, get ready for the next set. DPS, pick up your red slimes, kill them. Tank 3, get ready for the next set. Looks like the poison in northeast, someone ate it. Hopefully that was on purpose and they survived. Tank 4, looks like the next set of slimes is yours. Thanks, Win. Tank 1, get ready to pick up 2 from the next set. Tank 2, get ready to pick up the remainder from this set, and then 1 from the next. Tank 2, please go pick them up now. Tank 3, you get the remainders. Healers, you may now pick up 1 slime from the center of the room, or hallway. Don't fight over the one that's there. Next set is dropping down soon. Other healers, pick up from that set. And then we're gonna wait here for just a little bit. Okay, everyone should be ready. Tanks, target your healer's slime. 3, 2, 1, provoke. Pull it into the center of the green path. That's a fusion. That's a fusion. That's a fusion. Alright, everyone should be good. Get out. Don't touch the trap. That unfortunate bunny did not pop, so make sure that the healers are ready to get them up once we are done. It is unfortunate, but it happens. All the way in the corner, people. All the way in the corner. Oh, we didn't tell them. That's the one thing I'm bad at. Move back in. If someone can get Kalthana up in the middle of the hallway while we deal with the soldiers, that would be fantastic. If you do not have the ability to raise, you can take the jump pad. Healers popping arises to get someone up. I'm sorry for your lost Seraph Strike or whatever it is that you were going to use in place of it. As a reminder, you need to have your Pure Essence on, and it is approximately a 10% chance. Alright, thank you very much.
Alright, let's lose some metal.
Yep.
That is precisely why I made sure to grind up to 20,000 and turn them into marks earlier.
I don't care about the metal.
20 mil.
It's really easy to make it.
20 mil, yeah. You know, sometimes numbers, they just don't work.
I was 3 mil shy before the thing started. I was
Mil?
Ha! I came with 20 million and I wasted already so much, so. Woohoo!
Rip.
Okay. Where are you? There you are. Was anything here in Yell something important?
far as I'm aware, no.
Okay. Okay, we are back here at Seeker. If anyone has questions about mechanics or how to not die to things, if you had trouble with something and you want to be like, hey, how do I not die to this? Then ask the question. If you're pretty clear on why you died and you're like, oh, I need to move earlier, then that's fine. So on and so forth.
Don't get hit, forehead. No, wait, not Charlotte. Nope.
Was typing in another Discord, sorry.
Yeah, looks like you're getting a lot of answers in Yell chat about the timings of Orb and Lotus. Okay. Alright, looks like everyone is moving around or on the dirt wall. So I think we're probably good to go. Make sure that you have raid food ticking. Blah, blah, blah. Tank stance is off if you are not me, and chances are if you're hearing this, you are not me. And we're gonna go again.
Hey, carbuncles are all
I heard the
online.
regen and I thought I somehow stepped too far close. Okay, as before, Seeker is going to open up with that raid wide, and then follow it up with a 4 swords into Seasons of Mercy. Okay, 4 swords. We are starting at 3. Easy mode, 3-4 behind the boss for 2 cleaves, and then move to the front. South of the boss. This will be followed up by Orb and Lotus. 1 and 2, cross over north. Look away from 3, look away from 3, and then get beyond 2. Sorry, bit late on that call. We are phasing immediately. There are phase pushes in this. Get close to the boss now. Sides are going to get cleaved next. Sides are getting cleaved now. Be behind the boss. Move to behind the boss. Get away from the ignore one. Through the boss, please. Next up are tank busters. If you are next to the ignore one, you are going to die or worse, kill me later. That was the invuln buster. This is the fake buster. So long as I do not move, I am safe. And now we are getting chains. Stay close at the center of the arena to bait and break them as best you can, and it looks like we're going to be hiding afterwards. Break the chains once they form. Once they form now, and get behind a barricade. Get behind a barricade. Get back into the boss. This is going to be clone dashes, plus another hide or get knocked. We are going to be starting at Bravo and rotating counterclockwise. Move to Bravo and rotate counterclockwise. And this is going to be hide. Hide immediately behind the barricade at 2. Do not go past. Come back to the ignore 1.
Fuck Christ, dude. I was right there.
And raid wide. Stack up on 2. Stack up on the 2-way mark. On the 2-way mark. This is the Kamehameha stack laser. Do not take it alone. Make sure you are stacked up. Stay loosely stacked here on the 2-way mark. Maybe shift in a little bit close to the center. This is going to be the easily dodgeable beta lines. Wait until the orange lines come out, and then move your little feet and dodge them. Dodge the lines, and 1 iron splitter. Get on brick bluestone, brick bluestone. Next one, you're going to need to get on dirt, sand, yellow to be safe. We are going to be having the yellow tethers again. Make sure that you take them away from the group. The first set comes out late. Get on dirt, sand, yellow. Dirt, sand, yellow. Tethers are coming out about now. Pay attention, jiggle around, take them away from the group, take them away from the boss. Shift over to brick, blue stone, brick, blue stone. Take those tethers away from the group still. And then be ready for another set of bait lines. Those are in fact called Iron Rose. This is going to be a raid wide into the plus-shaped cleave. Boss is about center and facing a cardinal direction, so everyone be ready to get intercardinal of the boss now. Cleaving a plus sign now. Max melee is safe but scary. This is going to be dashes plus 4/4 mercy, so get close in, make sure you don't get hit by them dropping down. We are starting at 3. Start at 3 and rotate clockwise round, and then we are starting at 1 for the swords. It's a crossover, damn it. 1, 3. 1, 3, 2, 4. 1, 3, 2, 4. This will be followed up by Orb and Lotus. 3, 2, 4, and look away from 2. Look away from 2, and get beyond 1. Get beyond 1 to evade the Lotus. Bait and break these chains as best you can. I know it's a pain. This is going to be a raid wide into a normal ass tank buster. Get away from the ignore 1 so you don't get cleaved, please. This will now be Iron Splitters plus 4 swords. You will again dodge the first Iron Splitter, that is the first ring. Dodge every single sword cleave, and then swap over to the other ring. We are starting at 1. It is a crossover. Have fun. 1, 3, 2, 4. 1, 3, 2, 4. We are starting on brick blue stone. Underneath the boss is safe. 1, 3, 2, 4. 2, 4. Cross over to dirt, sand, yellow. Dirt, sand, yellow. And now brick bluestone, brick bluestone. Seasons of Mercy, Orb and Lotus. Look away from 4, look away from 4, and get beyond 4 as well. That sucks. Baited lines, oh my god. Raid wide, and I believe next up will be these sides getting cleaved as we shift into the last phase. If you have healer limit break 3, don't. Sides are getting cleaved now. Get behind the boss, get behind the boss, get behind the boss. If you have both healers down in your party, please give them marks like the plus, circle, triangle, square. If healers have arises and they can get you up, then do so, please. I would wait until after this mechanic to raise in the future. This is the first nasty mechanic. This is a get knocked. The clone is over at Delta, but our safe spot is blank. I never explained this bit. It is north of the boss. Get knocked into 1. It is the blank 1 side, and then you will cross over. Start on the clone's butt, and then walk over to his face. 1 and 2. Cross over now. Stay close to bait out your chains. Stay close to bait out your chains. Healers with Limit Break 3 and dead people, go ahead and hit that button in the center of the arena, please. This is a raid live. This again is going to be a hide or an iron splitter into hide or get knocked in that order. If it is a hide, it is a bitch. It looks like it's a hide. Be ready to hide. We need to start on brick blue stone and then get behind a barricade. Start on brick blue stone and then hide immediately after. Hide now, hide now, hide now. Back into the center of the arena. Next up is the opposite of the first mechanic in this phase. Chains, swords on a clone, and then hide or get knocked. It is really nasty. Get up close to the clone. We are starting at blank 2. And then crossing over to the red side, we are starting on the blank 2. One and 2 cross over to red. Oh, this is so... And then hide. Hide, 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 hide. If I say it a lot, it'll make it happen, right? Stay away from the ignore 1. There will be a tank buster coming up. If anyone has the ability to raise or use things, this is the last call for it. Otherwise, it is a... deal with it. That is the invuln buster. This is the boss or us. Kill the boss, or we have to do this again.
And rage in 16. It's fine.
Yep.
Bam.
Okay, that is a fair number dead. That is unfortunate, but it happens. Healers, if you can, please get people up. Everyone else, do not leave the arena. I know that Lynn is standing right there. Do not follow Lynn. I am telling you right now, do not get close to Lynn. Lynn knows exactly where the traps are and likes to play games with them. If you do not know exactly where the traps are and you step into one, I will be incredibly cross. I will actually be mad at you if you cannot follow instructions for that. Sorry, I needed to get that out there, that at no point do I want anyone playing games with traps in my run. There are, as you can see, 3 traps up here before the golden jump pad to the duel that was locked off in normal mode. That is going to be for Cam. People in Party C, Party Charlie, you will be giving Cam whatever buffs he wants before he takes that jump pad. So that'll be like B-Lit, or Tether, or Arcane Circle, and Dervish, and Bravery, and Dance, and all that shit. And then Cam will go do a thing and fight a Minotaur, and then we'll meet up with them later, and they will be the main character of the instance. Everyone else, we are going to start moving on to the next fight. Cam, if you want to percept us to Dahu, that is perfectly fine. I just do not want anyone stepping forward and hitting traps. So, as always, you need to be careful. If you can percept us to Dahu, Cam, please. Do not go up the staircase to Dahu. Do not go up the staircase to Dahu. There are 3 more traps, there are 2 explosions, and a poison. If you don't know what you're doing, you will get yourself and other people killed. Thank you to the healers who have been doing the kind work of getting bodies up. I don't see any more dead HP bars, so I believe that is everyone up. Good job. Thank you very much for your use of Arises. Everyone carefully walk around the traps. Do not auto-run. Pay attention. When we get up to the next room, do not cross the purple line. If you pull Dahu before the duelist has taken their jump pad, then that jump pad turns off and we do not get a main character. Given that Cam has not gotten the opportunity to duel before, I would like them to be able to do that. If you want to use a combat countdown timer for coordinating buffs, you are free to do that. Discuss it in party chat as well, please. Everyone else, you are not pulling Dahu. You are staying behind the purple line and not even targeting the next boss. And yes, as a reminder, if you died during Seeker and you just got re-raised or raised back up and you didn't do it before, now is the time to pop a new re-raiser. Oh god, no one came back. Party Charlie, you need to follow me back to camp. The healers don't need to go, but everyone else has something to give to Cam. You want to... Oh, wait, no, I'm a warrior. I don't have intervention. So again, everyone over at Dahu, this countdown is not for you. You are not attacking a boss. You are doing nothing. You are standing there. Everyone else, give your buffs to Cam when this countdown goes off. All right. Cam. I hope you muted. You didn't. So, everyone else, you're here at Dahu. This is a lot like normal mode, except it's slightly more difficult. Oh, I get to finally post Croc Rocks again. This will open up with AoEs underneath you. There will be the left-right cleave that you have to dodge either into or out of, depending on your positioning. Everyone in C, ignore that. Give Cam space. It'll be fine. The most important thing about Dahu is that, 1, this is a trash fight. We do not get Limit Break 3. If you die here, we have to get you up the old-fashioned way with arises and sacrifices. 2, you still get ruin stacks here. If you get hit by, like, literally anything, you will either get a vulnerability or a dot that will kill you or a ruin stack. And 3, you need to pay attention to over your head. There will be times where Dahu uses the attack Spit Flame, and 4 people will get those nice limit cut dot numbers. Or if you have done Pandemonium 3, the dots over your head for the Darkened Fire stuff and Lightened Fire, works basically exactly like that. There is going to be a fire AoE shot at you. During this time, there will be the weird cat things at the edge of the arena. If you remember in normal mode, those showed up and did AoEs while we were getting knocked back, and you would get knocked back into its safe spot. In Savage, there are enough weird cat things to cover up the entire edge of the arena. Anyone getting hit by that attack will take damage and be given a very, very, very heavy dot. It will kill you if you do not get it as soon as immediately. So, we need to use the boss to kill them, so that way we have safe spots to go to. That is why we have the 1, 2, 3, and 4 markers out. If you get a marker over your head, take it out to the edge of the arena, preferably next to one of those marks, and kill a cat there with your fire. Do not drop it in the center of the arena. It gives a fire vulnerability. If 2 people do it, then people die. So on and so forth. There will be an add phase where adds will tether with absolute aggro to the person who has aggro on Dahu. Before this happens, I will tell tanks to turn on their tank stances, and then once you see tethers come out, then you can provoke in and share the love. If you get tethered, make sure that you drag your adds underneath the Dahu, so that way we can AoE them down. Other than that, things are pretty easy. And I believe Cam is already done with the duel. Please remember to percept the trap after the statue. And we're going to do a normal countdown for Dahu. You don't normally get this, but because Cam's a gamer, we do. Alright, again, first up are 2 sets of Croc Rocks. Do not get crocked. These spawn underneath people and with a few around them as well, because, hey, wouldn't that be fun? Don't get hit by them. Dahu is now going to turn into a direction and dash. Dashing north, which means the second dash will take it south. Don't get hit by the dashes, and don't get hit by the very large fire breath AoE afterwards. Don't get quispy.
Wispy?
Yeah, don't get quispy. We are now recentering the boss, and next up we are going to have our first sets of weird cat things. Casters in range, you can be far away from the boss if you would like. It makes it slightly easier to bait things away. You will need to dodge those dashes, but everyone else needs to deal with these spit flames. If you get a mark over your head, take it out and kill a lion, any lion, I don't care which, it just needs to die. After this will be a spit flame. Or not a spit flame. Left, right, shockwave. Left, right, shockwave. If you are in, dodge into it. If you are away, dodge away from it. Whatever makes sense for you. You know how this works. Find a safe spot and get knocked into it. There's a pretty large one up north, round 1. If you are a gamer, you can dash in and not get knocked away. No gamers this time. Get on Dahu's right-hand side. Get on Dahu's right-hand side. The second space that Dahu breathes fire at will be safe, which is right here, down towards 4. We are now going into the add phase. Tanks, you can turn on your stance, and as soon as you see a tether come out and tether to me, you can Voke in, but spread the love. Don't go all at once.
Don't vote the ads. Vote the boss.
Vote Dahu, not the ads. Jiggle them underneath the boss. AoE them down. I'm poking the boss back. Next up is the good old kitchen sink of mechanics. Croc rocks, left right shockwave, spit flame. It's every mechanic all at once. Try to bait your croc rocks to the side of Dahu and not to the front or back. We need to deal with the left-right. Next up is the spit flame. This is important. Take it out to the proper number. Tanks, orient yourself north. 2 of us are going to get flare proximity marks. Okay, or we just skip the mechanic.
He's dead.
That was about to go really bad. Pick up your chest here. If you forgot to get your chest at Seeker, now is your time to go back and get it. If you take the jump pad, it is one directional, and you cannot go back. I will link the foot plating, so you can make sure that you have one if you are absolutely fresh. Oh god, and now for the 10-minute guard explanation. We only get only 4 people get marked with the 1 through 4 numbers. So only 4 people need to move out, and a few of you were very confused. After that, the second time we see the spit flame, since you all are standing here, I can explain it. 2 tanks will be given proximity flare markers. They need to go to the 2 northern safe spots. They need to get knocked back into them, and the party needs to knocked into one of the southern safe spots. If we don't have those safe spots, then the flare goes on the party and people die. There are no traps on the way to guard, so everyone is free to move in. Oh, I posted things in the thread instead of whatever. Yes. So, welcome to Queensguard. This fight has a lot of unique mechanics, and it takes a while to explain because these mechanics come back in Queen. Yes, there will be a test later. To go through it really quick, someone wanted to say something? I thought I heard an Okay, so at the start of the fight, you can see that the 4 guards are out. I'm going to demonstrate something real quick, which is that you cannot face pull the bosses. However, you can right-click and auto-attack them and start the fight early, and then everyone will panic and it's no fun. As you can see, all 4 of them are out. The very first phase of the fight is very, very quick, but all 4 of the bosses will be out. They will do auto-attacks, and they will 2x2 do raid-wide attacks. This is really simple. They stay out until either a certain amount of time has passed, or they have each individually been brought down to 80% HP. So, if you have some real sick AoE damage, we stack all of the bosses up, we have all the tanks turn on their tank stances, and try to hold one of the individual things together. We try to stack them all up in the center, so that way we can AoE them down, and it goes quick. And then we go into the actual first phase of the boss. And I'm going to put out waymarks so I can reference them. The first phase of the boss will have us fighting the Queen's Warrior, which is the one with the axe, and the Queen's Knight, which is the one with the sword and shield. Knight will spawn over here, and Warrior will spawn over here, approximately. The first thing that we need to know is that if the 2 bosses get close enough to each other, they will get a nasty tether between themselves, and they will take basically no damage, and they will do a shit ton more. Just like basically any twin boss thing, we have to keep them apart. So, first off, we will move the Warrior to the edge of the arena, and then we will move the Knight to the center. The first mechanic they will do is they will tether to each other. If you will take a look in Delubrum Reginae 1, I have a new reference sheet that I made today. They will tether to each other, and there will be an icon similar to the thing that is behind the text. It will either be yellow and orange with crossed swords, or it will be purple with crossed staves. This is the type of damage that they are going to become resistant to. The damage resistance for that type of damage is 99%. This means that, for example, if I was playing Paladin, my Holy Spirit does approximately 10,000 damage. If I do not get the appropriate spell or steel buff, then I will deal 100 damage with that Holy Spirit. It is absurd. And yes, if you look at that new reference sheet that I made, I am slightly proud of it. You can see that there are 6 classes that we call hybrids, that deal both physical and magic damage. Paladin, Dark Knight, Ninja, Reaper, and Bard all deal magic damage despite basically being physicals, and Red Mage deals physical damage despite being a caster. This means that they will always need to be given the appropriate spell and steel buff. So yes, healers, this is where you need to have spell and steel. If you are familiar with things, then you can keep your Seraph Strike up or whatever, and you can do a lot of damage at the start and then swap over. Otherwise, we will be doing a 30-second countdown, so that way you can pre-apply the most appropriate buff to each individual person. So if you give it to them beforehand, then you don't have to give it to them if they need it when it happens, and if they don't need it, they can click it off. If you are playing... excuse me. If you were playing with a controller, then let me find my macros, and you can quickly set up your status offs to get rid of them if you want to make a macro to do so. I am planning on trying to make a macro page on my spreadsheet. So if anyone dies also, they will need to be given the new buff when it happens. If as a healer, it is important that you pay attention and that you give the appropriate buff to everyone. Spell and steel override each other, so if someone has not clicked off the buff that they is making them deal no damage, it is your job to give them the right one if you have it. to overwrite it and make sure that they are dealing damage. And now we can talk about the actual mechanics that they do. This is all going to be... Well, it's not all going to be. The first mechanic is going to be bombs. Multiple bombs will drop throughout the arena, both large bombs and small bombs. The warrior will then choose to either tether to the bombs or not, and in doing so reverse their weight, making small bombs heavy and big bombs light. The difference from normal mode is that you can also be tethered. You will only ever see player tethers if it is targeting you, so that way you do not get confused. If you get tethered, then you will be made heavy as opposed to being light like you normally are. I have posted a picture of the debuff that you will get if you are tethered. Yes, wiggle check, make sure you don't get AFK kicked. So the way to keep things in mind, I will tell you where to go normally, but if you are tethered and the bombs are tethered, or if both you and the bombs are not tethered, then you will go to a big bomb. So, again, if the same tether situation is for both you and the bombs, you go to a big. Otherwise, you will be going to a small. So if only you get tethered, or only the bombs get tethered, according to your perception, then you will go to a small. If you were not... No, if you are tethered, then you will be heavy, and you will drop first, which means that you will need to move to a place that just exploded once you drop down. Yes, that is correct, Leia. The other thing to keep in mind is that the Knight is also going to be doing a mechanic. The Knight is going to cast an Omen and then disappear from the arena. If it is a Sword Omen, you will need to pick a bomb at the edge of the arena because there's going to be an orb in the center that the Knight is going to dash into and hit, and it will explode really big. If it is a Shield Omen, then you will need to get knocked back towards an appropriate bomb, and I also have a thing that I stole from Crystal that shows that as well. You will be knocked back from the center of the arena. Also, anytime that the Knight is dashing into the arena, if you are standing in the direction it is going, you will get run over like a car and get a Doomstack. So, the knockback is a bit less than like half the radius of the arena, so you will be able to, you can like stand in the middle and then get knocked towards it and then adjust a little bit.
Can you mitigate that knockback?
No.
Okay, so unavoidable.
You just have to deal with all the knockbacks in this.
No problem.
Well, okay, there's one knockback mechanic that you can ignore, but we're not seeing that tonight, so don't worry about it. There's one more mechanic for Knight and Warrior. Well, two, actually. After every major mechanic, the Warrior will cast a boost on itself. This is a buff that will make it deal a lot of damage, and it will always follow this up with a twin raid wide between the Warrior and the Knight. I will be dispelling the boost because I like to make myself a Swiss Army knife. But if I happen to go down, then I will need one of the healers who was assigned to dispel to slot theirs in and cover that that responsibility. I believe according to the sheet... Oh no, I just put question marks. Oh, good job, me. And then we're going to have some rinse and repeat. There's going to be normal raid wides and tank busters and easy to call out stuff. We need to kill both of the bosses at approximately the same time. Once one of them dies, the other will start casting an enrage, and if we take too long, then they will also both start casting an enrage. Once they are both down, we will deal with the soldier and the gunner. The soldier will spawn on the east, the gunner will spawn on the west. We will take the soldier to the far delta side and the gunner to the center, and then there's a lot of mechanics that are relatively easy to call out, except for the big one, which is the gunner stuff, which is the soldier is going to do things that will give us a safe spot to stand in, and at the same time we are going to have to do the sight unseen mechanic. If you remember Mustadio, the first boss from Orborn Monastery, there was the mechanic where 3 of your character facings were marked and 1 was unmarked, and you needed to face the unmarked side towards the big sniper robot that shot you, otherwise you died. It works essentially the same here. That mechanic also showed up in one of the CEs in Zadnor, if you've done that. It is the weak point mechanic. If things are going correctly, the gunner will be in the center of the arena and do a raid wide after that safe spot mechanic. Your open side will need to be pointed to the gunner. The complication is that there will also be the ping pong turrets from normal on the edge of the arena facing east and west, and you will need to then turn your open side to face only one of those turrets. There is some overlap between them. They're like a zipper. Like there'll be one that's shooting to the east and then one that's shooting to the west, and they'll overlap their AoEs a bit, so you need to make sure you're lined up to only one of them. It's kind of hard to explain. It's something you kind of have to get a feel for. I did not steal a diagram for that. I am sorry. There's also going to be gun turrets that will spawn east and west. These are going to be high priority DPS things. They need to die immediately. They will also do tank busters, and they'll have a damage up thing, so the tanks assigned to the respective bosses will pick them up and pop their invulns to not die to sniper shot, and then we need to kill them before they explode, otherwise we'll all die. There will be a fire ice mechanic, just like the pyretic and ice from Seed of Sacrifice, and as you might expect, it's really extreme here. If you move at all during the pyretic, you will die, and if you get frozen, it's going to be bad. If it's ice, you have to keep moving. If it's fire, you cannot do anything. If we go long enough, there will be ping pong turrets, just like normal mode. And again, a wiggle check, make sure you do not get AFK kicked. Once we get done with Soldier and Gunner... Oh, by the way, Sierra, when you're doing the Sight Unseen mechanics, since I have you on Soldier, I have you on Knight and Soldier. You need to make sure that the Soldier does not move in and tether to the Gunner. It does not lock into place as quickly as you would like. The way that I do it is I rotate around the Soldier, and then once it stops rotating to follow me, I know it is locked in place, and I can move to the safe spot. If you would rather me take care of the Soldier, I can do it. But typically, things get split up between west and east, and since I am dispelling, I am east. After we are done with Soldier and Gunner, we will move into the last phase, which, just like normal mode, is going to have all 4 of the guards come back down to intercardinal positions. They will put up ethereal wards and start casting enrage moves very, very slowly. We will need to break through the wards while also not getting reflected by the coat of arms mechanic. Coat of arms will apply the standard bi-directional parry. 2 sides opposite each other will reflect all attacks back. If you auto-attack from one of these, you will deal no damage, but you will not get reflected and stunned or whatever. But if you push a button and do an attack, you will. This means that healers and dancers will again need to be careful with their very large AoEs. If you dance and hit multiple things, then you're probably going to get reflected from 2 or 3 different directions and die. You need to be very careful. Again, if you get reflected, you will get pushed back, stunned, and given a doom stack. If you push multiple buttons and get reflected multiple times before you get stunned, then you will take that effect multiple times, and you might be able to kill yourself with doom stacks straight out. You can also get knocked back into reflect orbs, which are a mechanic I have not explained quite yet. There will be both aura spheres and spiritual orbs, or spiritual spheres. Either way. Aura spheres, the 2 of them will spawn, 1 north, 1 south. We deal with this by splitting up the parties. Slimes will go north towards Alpha, and Golems will go south towards Charlie. If you are reflecting, do not listen to this, you will be reflecting. The Aura Spheres will start casting Spite Check after a bit. If this cast is allowed to complete, then it will start doing tank buster damage to anyone, randomly, 1 by 1, down its enmity list, which is everyone in the instance. And this is like invuln required tank busters. If we kill it before that cast is completed, then whoever has the highest hate will get a red-orange marker over their head, and they will be given an invuln tank buster. Thus, we need tanks for those sides who have invulnerabilities available to turn on their stances and make sure that they hold hate on the aura sphere, and all the DPS need to make sure that they die. Again, if you get the red mark over your head, that's a gift. Pog your invuln. If you're a Dark Knight, good luck. The other orbs are these spiritual spheres. If you take a look at the roster, or I'm dropping the reflect image in now to DR1, this is where we actually need to kind of pay attention. So back here behind the staircase, I'm going to put down waymarks. I'm going to make sure that the tanks or the healers that are assigned to it are knowing where they need to go. This is not to scale, but if you are a healer and you know where you need to go, then please stand on them. If you are not a healer and you are not reflecting, then please get away from the waymarks. According to the assignments, I should have Mocha on 1, Wisp on 2, Kelthana on 3, Nifidora on 4, Alay on 5, and Celia on 6. Again, apologies for massacring names. Yes, once we are done with Warrior and Knight, you are free to swap out your Spell and Steel for something helpful, either a DPS action or an Arise or whatever. Ally Darkwill, are you here? You are on 5. And then Nifidora, you are on... Let's see. Alright. So, these are your relative positions. If we step into the arena, then we can swap these around. Something like this. That 2 is too far forward. Oh, not 4. Apologies. It's important that people know where they need to go. So something like this. So, reflectors, you will be in charge of reflecting 2 different orbs. If you want to move up to your marks now inside the arena, that will make this slightly easier to explain. There will be 12 spiritual spheres that spawn in the arena at approximately these locations, or at least these 6 here. About 2 or 3 GCDs after they spawn, they will pulse 1 AoE, and then they will pulse a second AoE. If they are not dead by the time after that second AoE goes out, then they will explode, dealing damage to everyone and giving a damage down to everyone. Given that we are in the midst of a DPS check to kill all of these before raid-wides, it is bad to get damage downs. You will be killing these by reflecting that pulsed AoE. There are the standard yellow-orange indicators on the ground, but there is not a whole lot of time, and you really want your reflect ability up beforehand. If you are using the reflect action, then make sure that you are targeting either yourself or no one else or an enemy, and you can go ahead and spam the reflect action until it's done. If you are using the light curtains, then I hope you either brought extras or you are good at sight reading the timing. Every healer, every reflector is assigned 2 reflect spots. So if I was here at 3, I would reflect this one and then rotate around the outside of the arena towards east, and then reflect the one over here. And if I was C, I would move over here. Alpha and 1 would move over towards west. And then the center ones rotate clockwise. So 2 would be over here, and then Bravo would be over here. You reflect one of them and then move to the next one. These waymarks that I put out are honestly not very good, I apologize, but they're pretty obvious. If any healers have questions, please ask them now. It is very important that you understand how these reflects go. Also, as a note, when we are going into this last phase, if you are assigned a reflect position and you are currently dead, and your co-healer cannot get you up through Limit Break 3, then please put something into Shout Chat and tell us which direction you are. So if I happen to be on 3 and I was dead, then I would call out Southeast Reflector down. One application of Reflect is long enough if you know the timing. If you know the timing, you only need 2 light curtains for this. If you do not know the timing for this, then you either need to luck into it or you need to use multiple Reflect applications. Yes. What Sunbow said. Mocha, while that does make sense, we also have another boss that we will have to get through before we get to Lord and Queen, and I want everyone to do damage on that. However, right now we are focusing on guard, so I'm not going to harp on that. Does anyone have questions? Because I think I've explained everything that I can, and we can probably do a poll.
Sorry, for the sphere tank rolls, all we do is pick up the aura sphere on our south or north side, right?
Yep, you just deal damage with your tank stance on, provoke at the
Yep.
end if you're not sure the person who has Hey is a tank, and then push the button. If you're a warrior, remember that Home Gang is targeted, and has a range if it's targeted, rather, so be careful. If you do not have questions and you are ready to go, then you can step up into the arena around the Charlie waymark or ahead. Again, do not right-click the bosses. If you do have a question, that is fine. Again, this boss fight has a lot of unique mechanics, and they will come back. Also, in party chat, if the healers could just confirm which they have of Spellforge and Steel Sting to make sure that we do not have any missing buffs. Again, if you feel confident, healers, you do not need to slot it in now. If you are learning, it is kind of recommended that you do, so that way you can pre-apply it and not have to fumble with it in the moment. But if you feel confident and want to do a Seraph Strike, Chain Spell, blah, 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 go for it. We will be doing a 30-second countdown, and that is the time that you want to start applying Spell and Steel to your party.
Hey, sorry, if you have a hybrid class, like a Paladin, can you just refresh what we're supposed to do there?
They will always need the appropriate buff. I'm gonna drop that image in again, just so that way it's at the bottom of the thing if people have multiple monitors and stuff. So, say for example, I was on Paladin right now, which I will be in the future. I would want to be started out with Spellforge because most of my damage is physical. And then when the tether goes out, if there is a resistance against magic damage, if I gave the call to click off purple and apply yellow, because it's a lot easier to call out colors, then I would need to be given Steel Sting because I deal magic damage as a Paladin. You give the appropriate buff to each person, which means if you have someone who deals primarily physical damage, you start them on Spellforge, and then they can click off the buff if it is resistant against magic damage, and they will just deal physical, and it will be fine. If you have a caster, you start them off on Steel, and then they can click it off if they need to. If they are a hybrid, they will always need whatever the appropriate buff is, and you will need to pay attention and apply it. If you are applying Steel, and I say apply yellow, then everyone in your party who should be given yellow. If you can't remember what hybrids are, if you can't remember what damage types people deal, then just give it to everyone. Again, spell and steel overwrite each other. You cannot give both to someone. So if someone has spell and the bosses are resistant to magic, it is the responsibility of the healer with steel to give it to them. But everyone is inside the arena, so I assume everyone is ready to go. Check your raid food, apply a new one if you need to. Tanks, get up front here, pick a boss that you're going to single target a little bit and try to hold hate on. If you are not a main tank, if you are not me or Sierra, you are free to use Provoke to try to keep it off people. We do have Cam, a main character, so try to keep it off them. And I'm going to do the long countdown. If you have already applied Spell and Steel, reapply it. Like I said, there's a million things to explain with this fight. Oh. Again, line up the bosses right next to each other, make it nice and tight. That's the first set of raid wides. This is the second set coming out in a second. Off tanks, drop your stances. You're not picking up any bosses. Sierra, make sure that you keep yours on. I'm picking up the warrior and taking it to the edge of the arena. Knight to the center and try to keep it facing a cardinal direction. Click off purple, apply yellow, apply yellow. Relentless Battery just means that a mechanic is coming up. In this case, it's going to be the first set of bombs. This is going to be a shield omen. This is going to be a knockback from center. Tethers are going out now. If you are tethered, you are going to a large bomb. That means tethers can go to the warrior. Unless, no, it's, don't go there. Make sure you don't follow the lollipop. If you fall first, move to a place that just exploded. Warrior will be boosting here in a second. And double raid line. Oh, I didn't explain this mechanic. Next up will be another set of tethers. If you get a tether, you will go to the wind, the green wind AoE. Otherwise, you will be going to the purple gravity. These AoEs are on intercardinals. Tethers are going out now. Watch yourself. If you have a tether, you are going to green. Tethers and debuffs to green, non-tethers to purple. Collapse onto the knight and stay there and avoid the golden spikes. Get on the knight, stay inside the hitbox, and be south towards the ignore one on the hitbox. Warrior is boosting again. Dispel is done, double raid wide. This will be followed up by tank busters. There's the tank buster. And now a new tether will be coming out for a new damage type thing. We might have to swap. Apply purple, apply purple. Click off yellow, apply purple. We are going to get the opposite sword shield bomb pattern. So this is going to be picking a bomb at the edge of the arena. This is going to be sword omen. Focus on the knight. It's going to disappear in a second. Do not kill the warrior while the knight is gone. Tethers are growing out now. Tethers to large bombs. Tethers pick a bomb at the edge of the arena. Non-tethers pick a small bomb at the edge of the arena. Don't get hit by the dash. Tethers, you will again drop first. You will need to move to a place that just exploded. Move out now. Warrior is boosting again. And kill both bosses about the same time. DPS is about split. Warrior's a little ahead now. Or behind. Okay, this battery cast should go through and then we should be fine. Sarah, be ready to pick up the soldier and take it out towards Delta as far as you can, but don't touch the death wall. Okay, our first mechanic will be fire frogs. Didn't explain this one, so it'll be fun. 4 fire orbs will spawn. The 2 small ones are the ones we need to follow, and between them will be our safe spot. They are starting on 2 and 4. They will move second, but first they need to turn into fiery toads. Looks like 2 is our safe spot. There is a wicked melee uptime spot, but if you don't know it, be careful. Open side towards the gunner. Open side towards the gunner now. And now to 1 turret on the wall. 1 turret on the wall. Back to your bosses. Tank busters. Oh yes, healers, we are done with Spell and Steel. If you need to put in a Rise or a Seraph Strike or whatever you want in, go for it. Double raid wide. Focus on the soldier if you can, please. Its HP is pretty high. I think this is gun turrets. I get messy sometimes. Yes, gun turrets. Sarah, you're picking up the one on Delta. I'm picking up the one on Bravo. Tanks, pick them up now. The sniper shot cast is very long. I like to wait until the S in shot to pop my invul. Now. One on Delta still has a lot of HP. Alright, next up is going to be fire or ice. You need to respect Pyretic, detarget, do not move, do not move, do not move, do not move. Do not auto-attack. I just saw someone die to auto-attacking. You are free to move. This is going to be another sight unseen mechanic, but with the jumping clones from the soldier. These clones will jump twice. It is random which ones jump which. I will be calling out the safe spots as they go. Do not follow until I tell you to. Our safe clones are starting on Alpha and Bravo. Alpha and Bravo are our start. They are on 3-4. And they are now on Alpha Delta, I believe. Open side to the gunner. And now to a single turret on the wall. Raid wide. If you have important people dead in your party and limit break 3, go ahead and get them up. Tank busters. Oh fuck, they tethered. Pick up. I've got it. Thank you, Veteran. I'm taking it back. Limit break 3 people up if they're ping pong turrets, just like normal mode. They're not happening. Slimes north, golems south. Tanks with invulns, stances on, reflectors to positions. Kill the aura spheres, top DPS priority. Oh, that is a lot. of Mist Reflex. Coat of Arms is reapplying. If you don't know the timing, stop hitting buttons or you'll die. Next set of Reflect Orbs coming out soon. Next set of Aura Sphere is coming out soon. Aura Spheres are still top DPS priority. It is them or us. Do your best to kill the wards. Coat of Arms, respect the honeycomb. Oh, there's still one with a lot of HP left. Okay. Not bad for a first time. Okay, we have
So-
1 hour left.
Yeah,
That
my
is enough. Go
my
ahead.
internet completely took a shit. Like you were sounding like a massive robot. Like everything was completely frozen solid.
Well, I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying that I couldn't do anything. I was stuck there.
We have slightly less than an hour left, so I'm going to take us right back in. An hour is enough time to get past Guard and get to Avowed. Maybe not enough time to get a proper explanation on Avowed. But we can at least get there.
But it's Prague, so we're doing good.
As always, pop the shit you need. Has Golems even needed callouts?
My apologies, it took me a second to get there. I think Golems, yeah, one more time and then we'll probably be okay.
Okay. Golems, pop your stuff and drop down to Alliance Bravo then, please.
No traps in the shelf.
All right.
Here's one. Do you want an upload of that last log?
No, I've got it running this time. I just couldn't get the one that I forgot to open the program for. Thank you, though. And I'll upload mine once we're done for the night. Thanks, make sure your stances are on. Also, Power, don't take Dane's partner off. Oh, that time you could have for Dahu, but I think if you take it off, you get rid of the spirit and stuff. So. What party is Regalia? There are golems. Okay. Alright, we're going. Perceptors do the perception thing. I've completely forgotten what you said about traps, I'm sorry.
South has no traps.
Okay, so both north?
Yep.
Percept that middle trap, please, and then tank number 1, pick up your friends in the middle of the arena. And tank number 2, get ready for the next set of friends. Tank number 3, get ready for the next set, they are yours. We have an explosion trap in northeast, be careful. Try to pick up only 3 of those. I know it's bad. Oh shit. We need a new tank for 2.
Can be awkward with the coming.
We also have extra slimes in some rooms. We don't have any other
I
tanks.
can take
Someone
it.
has to volunteer.
Someone take North Ad.
Floating healer, take care of it, please. Pick up 3 slimes, take them into room 2. Room
Got it.
1, I
I
believe
have
you
3.
have 1 extra, so only take 1. Oh, that is... Okay, this is gonna be bad. Thanks, hopefully you've been paying attention. Just pick up the slimes that you should have.
Run out and grab an extra?
Yes.
Okay. I'm filling in. Sorry.
It's fine, you're at 2. Pick up 2 more, if you can, please. Okay, we have 1... Can't see. Okay, we have an early rupture. If possible, invoke 1 in, get it on your pad. Good luck. Everyone try to get out. This isn't gonna work, but we can at least try. I don't want anyone to feel bad, just learn. That's all that can be said of this. Amatha, kite. And everyone kill that red slime, please. And room 1 is almost certainly done early. Yeah. we're just gonna wipe. Everyone head back to the arena. There's still an explosion trap in the middle of the hallway. Do not touch it. Just get close to it. Okay. Get in close. If you re-raise, pop a button, so that way you cancel your res immunity and go find someplace new to die. There's a poison trap in northwest. There are also multiple red slimes that you can get tethered to. I'm going to tell you this here in the voice chat so you know. We are going to re-instance immediately and then take a short break once we are in. We are not letting anyone walk away from the computer and stop us from going inside. I'm going to tell golems this now. I will be right back.
Oh shit, sorry. I'm so used to hitting the button. It's just a reflex to reach up this my butt when I'm about to sneeze or whatever. Forgot I was already muted.
That looks like I'm the last one coming down to slime side.
We have traps in both of the south rooms.
Alright. DPS and healers and everyone else going into those rooms, you know how to avoid those traps. Just make sure you stick to the walls. Again, make sure that we percept the trap in the middle of the hallway first. It is imperative that we get that, so tank number 1 can take their friends up into their room. Don't tell me DC. Is Party A all here and ready to go? Okay. Okay. Like wrangling cats. Oh, someone needed... Okay, well... Hopefully they weren't critical. Okay, tank 2, pick up. Tank 3, next set is yours. Tank 1, the next set are yours. Or the next 2 are yours. Anyway, Tank 2, you get the one that's out there right now and one from the next set, please. Tank 3, you get the remainders. One healer, you can pick up the remaining slime in the outside hallway. The rest of the healers, you can pick up one of the others. Okay, looks like every room is at stacks and holding. Target your healer's slime. 3, 2, 1, provoke. Make sure it fuses on your green pad. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4 fuses. Everyone grab your soldiers and get out. Don't touch the traps that are left, they are explosions. Okay, we need to move back and kill the soldiers. Unfortunately, I believe Ziggurat, whatever, is in the tank, so they might have had to have someone swap over. Okay. I don't think there are any dead on this side. If there are dead in your party, please call out now. Okay, given that there are still people in Alliance Bravo, I assume they have 1 or 2 dead. They're coming up now. Apologies about that, Golem side. I did not see that 1 second call until someone mentioned it after I started the countdown. I did not mean to pressure you. I apologize for the problems.
Fun thinking on our toes.
Okay, and hey, guess what? We get to do Seeker again. Every single time. If you are ready to go, please step onto the dirt ring beyond the death wall, so that way I know that you are here and alive and ready to go. If you need a second, that is fine, but we do only have 30 minutes until our allotted time is technically over. The way this will work is that this poll will be the last one. If you have a hard out in 30 minutes and you need to leave, then that is fine. Real life is always more important than a game. If you have to drop out, you have to drop out. That said, we will be taking this run until we wipe. If we get to Avowed, or if we get past guard, we will probably need time to explain Avowed, and that will take us over. So, if you can't stay for that, you can't stay for that. Otherwise, we'll go. Anyway, I should stop killing time and hit the fucking go button. There we go. And yes, food check, re-raise check, pure check. If you don't have those, you're doing things wrong. As always, Seeker is going to be starting off with that. Raid wide. And now we are going into 4 swords. We are starting at 1. Easy mode, 1-2, in front of the boss for 2 cleaves, and then moving to the boss's spot. This will be followed up by Seasons of Mercy, Orb and Lotus. 1 and 2, cross over to the south. Look away from 2, look away from 2, and then get beyond 3. Get beyond 3 to evade the Lotus. We have pushed. Get inside to the center of the arena. Get behind the boss now. Get inside the boss's hitbox. Sides are getting cleaved. When you have a moment, get behind the boss, away from that ignore 1. Up next are tank busters, and you don't want to take them. I see one person right here. This is a tank buster that you were standing in. Get away from the front of the boss. Up next is the fake buster. Up next is the fake buster. No movement in front of the boss, no multiple people. Stay stacked up there so you can bait out those chains nice and easy. After this is going to be a get knocked. Once the chains form, you will break them and get knocked into a barricade. Any barricade at all does not matter. Break those chains.
A working wipe counter. Let's go.
Get back to the center of the arena. Next up is going to be clone dashes plus another hide or get knocked in that order. Stay close to evade the clones coming down. This is going to be a get knocked. Start at 4. We are rotating over to 1. Be in front of the 1 barricade once this mechanic is done. Rotate over to 1 and stay right there. Get knocked into the barricade. And back into the boss. Raid wide, stack up on 1. Next up is going to be the Kamehameha stack laser. You do not want to take it alone. Everyone stack on that 1 ignore. Nice uptime pattern. Stay about here, loosely stacked, so that way we can bait out those easily dodgeable baited lines. Wait for the orange things to show up on the floor, then calmly walk out of them. This will be followed up by a single iron splitter. Get on dirt, sand, yellow, dirt, sand, yellow. Oh, y'all pumping now. We're probably gonna see 2 more of those. Yeah, we didn't pump that hard. 2 more iron splitters. Be ready to get on brick blue stone. Brick blue stone. First set of dead iron tethers are coming out now. Take them away from the party. Stay on brick blue stone and take them away from the party. We are swapping over to dirt sand yellow. Take those tethers away. More easily dodgeable baited lines. Keep your eyes open and evade them. We're going to be phasing immediately. We are not center of the arena. Next up is going to be the plus-shaped cleave. We are a little off-center. Use your eyes. Get on the boss's diagonals. Cleaving a plus sign. Max melee is safe, but scary. Next up is going to be clone dashes plus a 4-fold mercy. Stay close to the center of the arena to avoid the clones dropping down. We are going to start at Charlie, south towards Charlie, and rotate around. We are starting at 4 for the swords. It is a crossover. 4-2. 4-2, 3-1. 4-2, 3-1. 4, 2, 3, 1. Orban Lotus, look away from I can't see. And then get beyond 3. I'm sorry. Do we phase early into this one, or do we still get the buster? Raid wide into normal ass tank buster, probably. Stay away from ignore 1.
There's no more pushes, it's just based on time.
Normal ass tank buster. This is Iron Splitters plus 4 swords. You will dodge the first Iron Splitter, deal with every single sword, and then cross over. We are starting at 3. Easy mode, 3-4 in front of the boss for 2, and then move north. Start on dirt, sand, yellow. Dirt, sand, yellow. You will be crossing over onto brick, blue stone. 1 and 2, cross over to brick, blue stone now. Under the boss is safe. 1 more iron splitter, it could be anything. Get on dirt, sand, yellow. Dirt, sand, yellow. Seasons of Mercy, Orban Lotus coming up. I can actually see this time, I can call it out. Look away from 1, look away from 1, and get beyond 2. Baited lines coming out as well. Get beyond 2. Dodge the yellow lines after. We are going to hold once we get to 5%. We are going to do the first mechanic after this phase change. Everyone get close. That was a raid wide, by the way. Heal up. And be ready for the sides to get cleaved. Get behind the boss now. We are going to do this first mechanic, and then all the healers are going to limit break to get people up. Once we hit 5%, you're going to stop doing damage. Stop doing damage now. Just let the dots tick. This, again, is hide or get knocked, swords on a clone, and then chains, in that order. This is looking like a hide. We're going to be starting at 2. Hide. It is easy mode. 2 blank. 2 blank. That is on the boss, the clone's left-hand side, next to the ignore 1. Stand right here. Stand right here. Wait for 1. There's 2. Cross over. Wait for the chains to come out. Chains are coming out now. Break those chains. Healers who are unchained and have LB3, get center, push the button, get the people up. This is a raid wide. And now everyone please kill the boss. This would be a get knocked, so play it safe, line up with an intercardinal waymark, but we're skipping the mechanic. Very good, very, very good, very clean. Again, there are traps ahead, do not play games with them. Party C, DPS, you can stay back here. You are going to be giving buffs to Cam, so there's no reason to follow the group onto Dahu. Cam, if you can percept us to Dahu, please. There is the possibility of one trap right there at the top of the staircase, so please always be careful. Do not go up that second staircase. Okay, again, everyone, you are standing outside of the Dahu arena. You are not touching the boss. This next countdown is for the duel timing. You are not touching anything. Again, you are not touching Dahu at the end of this timer. Good luck to Cam. The duelist has pulled, Okay, again, be careful with your spit flames, watch your eyes. We are going to, if you look at the duty list, we have an instance timer. We are going to pull at 35 seconds on the thing. That is in about 10 seconds. As always, beware of the croc rocks. Use your eyes. Look out. Two sets of croc rocks around. Use your eyes and watch where Dahu is going to dash. The first one is going up north. That means the second one will be approximately south. Keep your eyes open for exactly where. Looks like straight south, maybe close to 4. Someone found out the hard way. Again, don't get crispy. You are not fried chicken.
Right now.
We are now going to get our first set of lions, or cat things.
Spokesman.
Ziggurat, watch your tank stance, please. First set of spit flame coming out soon. Take them out, kill a lion, any lion, don't overlap, don't make Venn diagrams with people in them. Left, right, shockwave, dodge into it or stay away as appropriate to your positioning. And now find a safe spot to get knocked into. If you have a gap closer, try to be a gamer. Did it. Get on Dahu's left-hand side. Our safe spot is going to be up towards 2 this time. Caster safe spot is there on the ignore 1. Off tanks, you can burn on your stances. Once you see tethers, you can provoke Dahu. You can spread the love now. Once you get tethers, make sure that you jiggle the ads underneath Dahu, so that way we can AoE them down nice and easy. Up next is going to be the kitchen sink, croc rocks, left to right, spit flame, Liger dashes, it's everything. Try to bait to the sides of the boss if you can. Dodge in or out as appropriate. Look over your head for spit flame markers now. We're probably not going to see this mechanic, but still do it nice so that way if you're in another group, you know what you're doing. Take it out, kill a lion. Okay, in that situation, we would have had tanks to like 1 and 2, and then party down to 3. Not ideal, but it would have worked. Again, make sure that you pick up your chests. There's one there that has a fragment of loss and sometimes a fragment of deception. And then there's the plate from Seeker. And again, congratulations to Cam. Very good job on the duel. If anyone has questions about mechanics on guards, now is the time to ask them before we get in and do the fight. Reflectors, if you are unsure on your spots, we can put waymarks down and double check on them again. Your job is indeed very important, and it is imperative that you know what you're doing. Again, not trying to browbeat people, just trying to make sure that everyone knows what they're doing. I know you're making a joke there, Tess, but the duel takes a while unless you dump a lot of actions, from what I understand. Popinaru, you're a tank, correct? You are a Slimes tank, so you will be going up to Alpha, and there will be a red aura sphere around that area that spawns. At the end of the fight, you will make sure that either you or another tank has aggro on it before it dies, and then when it is killed, whoever has aggro will get that massive damage tank buster aimed at them, and they will need to pop their invul. Yes, Lynn has posted a spreadsheet cheat sheet image in the thread for what to do with bombs. If you are having trouble with that, I'm trying to do my best to do callouts on that, but sometimes I know I fumble a little bit. No, I should be fine. It's just that sometimes brains are bad. That said, if you are ready to go, then please step into the arena past the outside area that turns into a death wall. So that way I know you're good to go. If you do have a question, I do encourage you to ask it. I know we technically only have 14 minutes left in time, but I would rather you know what's happening rather than YOLO.
I only have one question. My sole mission is to support Cena, right? Like if he dies, I pick the boss right up and move it away. Rock and roll. That's all.
Yes, according to the sheet, I believe I have you as the you're the off tank for Sierra. Since they are in your party, you should be able to keep an eye on them. If you want to focus target, that's fine too. If you see that they happen to get a doom, then you know that they're going to die in a second, and you can pre-pop your stance invoke. Typically, the way that I like to do things is for if someone picks up a boss, they are now the tank of that boss. We don't need to swap back to the original main tanks, typically. I know I did at the end there because I popped. But normally it's fine to just let the tank who has it keep it. There's no reason to keep provoking and shift them around and everything.
Rock and roll, boss.
Also, a thing to keep in mind, just in general for tanks, these bosses like to stand in one spot and keep casting things. It is very annoying to separate them at certain times. If you are ever in a situation where things are going to shit like that, you need to make sure that you are pulling the boss away in the right direction. Don't just provoke because you see that they are tethered. If you are in the middle of things and you provoke in and you keep it there when they have like 2 seconds to move or something, then that's causing a problem. Anyway, that didn't happen last time. Just bringing it up so people know. And yes, like Lynn says, Sierra, make sure that you save a gap closer for getting back to Soldier. Tanks, move on up and turn on your tank stances, and I'm going to start the long countdown. Oh, where are you, Sarah? There you are. I'm giving you the ignore too. Again, tanks, make sure that you stack them all up in the center so we can AoE them down nice and hard. First raid wide coming out. Second set of raid wides coming out. Or we're skipping one? Whatever. Off tank stance is off. Main tanks hit your bosses hard and move them to the right position. Apply yellow, click off purple. Apply yellow, click off purple. That is, we need to be dealing physical damage. First set of bombs coming up here in a second. This is a sword omen. You will pick a bomb at the edge of the arena. At the edge of the arena. Tethers are going out now. If you are tethered, you are going to a small bomb. Non-tethers to big, tethers to small. Edge of the arena. Edge of the arena. That means you power. If you were tethered, you were dropping first. Get to a place that just exploded. Warrior is boosting. Again, if anyone dies and repops, they will need to be given the new buff. Double raid wide. Next up is going to be Tethers to Wind. I didn't fully explain this mechanic. The Knight is going to do an in or out mechanic afterwards, and there are going to be golden spikes that do 390-degree cleaves. Tethers are out now. Tethers will be, again, going to green wind, otherwise you're going to purple gravity. Tethers to green. Sword Omen, collapse on the Knight and then be ready to move far away, avoiding the spike. Towards the Warrior, towards the Warrior. Warrior is in fact boosting again. Double raid wide. Next up, they are going to reapply the tether. We might need to swap. Healers, pay attention. Oh, tank buster first. Focus on Knight, please. We need to deal magic damage. Apply purple? Yeah, apply purple, click off yellow. Is that what we had? Whatever it is. Next set of bombs are coming up. Kill Knight if you can. Kill Knight, kill Knight, kill Knight. I would like to skip this. Now kill Warrior, kill Warrior, kill Warrior. If you were tethered, you would have gone to a big bomb, but we're not doing mechanics. Soldier to the edge, please. Excellent job, everyone. Again, first up is going to be Fire Frogs. Spell and Steel are no longer needed. You can swap it out for a more useful action if you would like. Our small fires are starting on Charlie and Delta. They will move second. Looks like our safe spot is south towards Charlie. Safe towards Charlie. Open side to the gunner. Open side to the gunner in the safe
Open the
spot,
frog.
please. Open side to a turret on the wall. Back to your bosses. Pick up soldier, pick up soldier. Invulns, whoever has hate on soldier. Someone else is going to have to pick up the gun turrets. Lynn, since you grabbed gunner for a second, you were picking up the Bravo gun turret.
I am not a...
No, L-I-N.
Oh.
Aye.
Gun turret's coming out now. Still DPS priority. Tanks, pop your invulns. That looks like a Dark Knight on Bravo. Please make sure that they don't die. Up next is Fire or Ice. Try to get that soldier further to the edge if you can. It's Fire, don't move, don't move, don't move. Don't auto-attack, put away your weapon, stop pushing buttons. Try to get that soldier closer to the edge now if you can, please.
Mighty, move left. Follow you closely.
Alright. Next up is going to be Jumping Clones. DPS is about even. Very good job adapting, everyone. We are back in relative safety. Our safe clones are Alpha and Charlie. They will jump twice, do not move out. Now I will be calling out as they move. That looks like Delta and Bravo, I think?
Yes. Delta Bravo.
Open side to the gunner in the center. Open side to the gunner in the center. And now to a single turret on the wall. Pick up soldier. Keep it at the edge. Tank busters, pop cooldowns. Sorry, Lynn, I turned off my stance. Okay, kill these bosses. Healers, as soon as you get limit break, if you are not reflecting, make sure that you push a button to get people up. Pop it now, probably. If you have LB3, we want your reflectors up. Slimes north, Golem south. Tanks with invulns, stances on. Tanks without, stances off. Fight for aggro, reflectors to your positions. Fill the aura spheres, reflect. Respect the honeycomb, as always, as always. Honeycomb will be refined now. If you don't know the timing, stop attacking. Reflectors, back to your positions. Next set of orbs are coming out soon. DPS tanks, get ready for next set of aura spheres. They are coming out soon as well. Aura spheres are up. Top DPS priority, as always. Kill them now. Code of arms. Them or us, last call for limit break 3 if you have it. To raise people. Only raise people. Alright, very good job. There are no traps on the way to the next fight. There are, however, 2 chests. Make sure that you pick up both personal spoils. One will have a hand plate, one will have a head plate. You can thank Cam for winning the duel and getting you one of these chests. We have 2 dead bodies near the south end of the arena. If you can get them up, that would be fantastic.
What are the what's the plating used for?
You can turn in 10 of them to get an item that will allow you to upgrade both the augmented Bojan armor and the Law's Order into the augmented Law's Order, which will give you more haste and is the dyeable version of the Judge armor.
Got it.
It is a hell of a lot more of a ask at this point, but I think okay, we are 2 minutes away from the designated stop time. If you need to have a hard out, that is fine. Just make sure that you let us know and that you hop out. For those of you who can stay, we are going to go as quickly as we can through this trash fight and the next boss. So that way you can get experience. Tanks, we just did funny things with orbs and stances. If you are not me, please turn off your tank stance. White mages, if you would like to volunteer, you can mark yourselves with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and chain 1 marks for the ad phase that will be happening during this fight. If we're really cool gamers, we might be able to skip the ad phase, but if we don't, that's fine. There will be red ghosts that we need to kill and white ghosts that need to be healed all the way up, just like the heads in Shinryu. It's pretty easy, even if we don't abuse benedictions. That's the word. And again, make sure that you pop a re-raiser if you have one. I know that it can be challenging to keep them during fresh prog, but we are in the twice come ruin area, so if you get hit by 2 attacks, you are dead. This fight is pretty easy to call out. Just make sure that the healers heal the white ghosts when we get the ad phase, and that the DPS kill the red ones, and we'll be able to move on. Oh, who had Banish? Kelthana, do you have Banish? Yes, you do. Fantastic. That is a good damage up because everything in this fight is undead. Make sure that you precast it onto the boss and that you just keep it up for every minute when it's about to fall out. If you are ready to go, please step into the arena between the 2 and 3 waymarks, and we will get going. Yes, healers will heal the white ghosts. During the first wave, the white ghost spawns at 4. During the second wave, it's like 4 and delta. And during the third one, it's north, delta, and 1 approximately.
Explain all the symbols on the wall, or are you just gonna do those on the fly?
It's pretty easy, it's pretty scripted. I will tell you where to go. The one thing to keep in mind is that the donut is a little bit faster. You will need to ride it down, just like a roller coaster, and you need to not hit the death wall on the way down. I will do my best to give you uptime, but if you don't get it, then just suck it up and don't get hit, please. As soon as I see Kaho is back, then we can go. Excellent, thank you very much. Again, a 15-second countdown. Again, precast that Banish at about 2 or whatever. No worries. I'm just trying to keep things roll, cause kind of need to. First off, we're gonna have a raid wide. It's not very strong, but it is indeed still a raid wide.
Your check.
And now we're going to either go to Alpha or Delta to ride the donut. We are going to Alpha, move over to Alpha. And then we are going to ride the donut all the way down to 1. Keep your arms, legs, tails, and very, very long ears inside the donut at all times, and we hope that you enjoy your ride here today at Erosia's Roller Coast. We are going to stand on 1 or behind one for just 1 second for this last purple explosion, and now we're moving over to 2. Alright, and now we're going to move over to an odd number. Our uptime movement will be between 1 and 2, but if you want to be a rebel and have ranged attacks, you can go to 3. What the boss is doing right now is telling us that, in fact, we can do things backwards from normal mode, but no one remembers normal mode and no one pays attention to this because they just do it through callouts. We are now moving over to 2. And now you might ask me, Swin, how many AoEs do we have to wait for? Well, let's find out. A 1, a 2, a 3. Move over to 1.
Very well done. 10 out of 10. I do agree.
I tried. And now we're going into the add phase. As you see, we're pretty close. If people pump during that, we can skip this. And now just kill the reds and heal the whites. White mages assert dominance, stand in front of the ghost that you're going to benediction, don't do it from across the arena. And if you see one that is not getting healed, then just power heal it. Cure 2s, whatever, you know the buttons. You're more of a healer than I am. By the way, the boss is untargetable right now and is casting a white move. We need to interrupt it. Hey, look, it's been interrupted. Don't burn any of your big, heavy stuff. Build up your gauge. We are going on to the next boss in a second. There are mechanics after this, but you're all pushing very, very hard, and we don't have to worry about the uptime or downtime push. We don't have to worry about ice spikes. We don't have to worry about the tank buster. There are traps ahead, and it is very important that we do not touch any of them. Do not step in front of Lynn. Do not step in front of Lynn. I'm giving them the danger Dorito right now. Do not step in front of that triangle. There are 2 traps. There is one inside this room and one inside the little vestibule airlock thing on the way to this staircase. All you need to stop moving. You need to stop moving, because if you deviate from that path, you will pop. If anyone has a perception, please pop it now, because we need to percept the way to the next fight.
Sorry to interrupt. I am gonna have to head out. More than time, my internet is acting up real bad right now.
All right.
But I do have to go out.
Sad to hear that, but thank you for showing up. If possible, do research on this fight before next week, or let me know, and I will do what I can to help get you up to speed.
Oh no, I'm one of the people who already cleared. I'm
All right,
good on that one.
excellent then.
But thank you for the runs and nice meeting you people.
Yes.
Have
Okay.
a nice.
After you go down the staircase here, everyone, stop. Stop, 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 stop. Do not move after you go down the staircase and do the zone transition. Traps will load in last, and there are traps here that are very important for if we happen to clear Avowed, which probably won't happen tonight, but it's a good habit to get into. There is always one trap in the vestibule after the staircase. It is an explosion on the left-hand side. Please avoid it. There are going to be another explosion in here along with 2 minis. Those weird pink ones are mini traps. We need them for after Avowed. Don't touch them, please. Step around. Okay. We are going to do what I like to do. I need everyone to stand on the A waymark, on the alpha waymark. Absolutely everyone. I know that we are tight on time, but I want to make sure that everyone knows what's up. Red, I need you to stand on the A waymark. Thank you. And now I need at least 2 tanks to volunteer to come stand on the Bravo waymark. All right, thank you. I'm going to show you what happens when you do an accidental early pull of Avowed. The very first thing that happens is a 3-person cleave tank buster. It will pick 3 people in the direction. I'm going to pull Avowed out of the arena, face it towards Bravo, and we are each going to pop a single cooldown, and we are all going to survive, and everything's going to be fine. Notice how I have stepped up to the Charlie waymark, and I am now going to step about a Lalafell in front of it, or 2, and I have accidentally face-pulled the boss. And I have now directed the Tank Buster. Pop your cooldowns if you're on Bravo. And that's how you deal with that. Accidental pre-pop. Okay. And now, because we are a little short on time, I'm just going to jump straight into the solo demo. This is something, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I do this for myself. I don't do this to show off to anyone, to show the fight off to people. That's what I say, but I just like to do this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to chug some auto potions, and y'all are going to stay outside, and you're going to watch me go through the entirety of the fight, which is about 9 minutes long, and we're already over time. So, as you saw, the first thing that Avowed does is a Tank Buster. I'm going to home gang that. And now we get the raid-wide. We need to pop Aether Shields and every single other mitigation that we have to make that hurt less. It deals a lot of damage and applies a very heavy bleed. Next up, Avowed is going to show us their weapon collection. This is bow. We need to be behind the boss. The 3 different weapons each have an opening attack, which we see here. It is random the order they come out every single time we pull. This order also determines the direction that we have, or the order that we have the actual mechanics in the fight. This is sword, we need to be in front. Those were both 270-degree cleaves with a safe spot either in front or behind of the boss. And this is staff, we need to get away. It is a point-blank AoE. I am now going to deal with a temperature mechanic. This is the first time I'm seeing it, so all I'm getting is a temperature. My temperature is hot 1, so I need to get hit by 1 point of cold in order to deal with that. I have an about face, which will make me walk backwards approximately 2 tile widths, and now we are getting some orbs that are going to drop down and deal proximity damage. So I need to back myself up into the 1 fire orb. Notice how the orbs cover the entire arena. If you raise someone before we go into staff, then they will not have a temperature, and they will be unable to complete that mechanic. I died to heat shock. I had fire and got hit by fire, my bad. Praise the re-raiser. I should have gone to ice. I went to fire, I should have gone to ice. This is bow. Avowed has gone to the center and faced north. We need to be behind to survive it. We are getting a quick march, which will again force us, and I'm then going to take another Tank Buster. My forced march is currently going to take me over to Delta, and I need to keep an eye out and see if that is going to be covered in fire. It is not, so I do not need to move. I am now on the safe side. Had I screwed up, then my healers might have been able to rescue me if this was an actual run. And now I will need to do the ladder game. This is more complex than normal mode. Again, I have 1 point of fire. I will need to find the 1 ice arrow. If you are using the cheat sheet that I have not posted, it is on the right-hand side. And I need to move over here. If you're watching the stream, I am tracing the path that the arrow will take because the game is not doing it for me because this is Savage. I'm now at a normal temperature and I'm not going to die from this mechanic. Huzzah, huzzah. Aether Shields, Addles, Reprisals, Feint, every other mitigation that we have to make this hurt less. And next up, I know it's going to be Sword Ashley, so I wouldn't want to move the boss. Avowed is not moving, so you need to use your eyes and get in front of the boss. Avowed is now going to move themselves to a position and summon 3 clones. They're going to be swords, they hold them out, they will cleave that temperature on that side, covering the whole thing. I have some diagrams I can post later. I have 2 points of fire, I will need to get hit by 2 points of ice. Our safe spot looks to be 4 this time. I'm gonna have to explain that more next week. Don't worry about it. I'm now normal, which means I need to go to the safe spot where I don't get hit. And our safe spot is 1 this time. And next up is going to be staff again. Aether Shields, Reprisals, Other Mitigation for the raid-wide. As you might notice, this boss is like entirely personal responsibility. You have to be able to read your mechanics and do things. Get out from the boss. We're going into staff 2. We are halfway through the fight. Make sure that you jiggle around in the arena so that way you do not get AFK kicked. Again, that only lasts for 10 minutes, and this fight is about 10 minutes long. This is second bow, second staff. I'm getting a elemental brand, which is essentially a second temperature attack that will hit me right before the mechanic goes off, so I need to get opposite that. I am not trying to get neutral, I'm trying to get opposite my brand. I have 1 point of fire and 2 points of ice, so I need 1 point of fire. I also need to avoid the spooky ghosties, which are safe on east-west this time. Aether Shields, Reprisals, Other Mitigations. Next up, we are going into bow again, so we are getting south of the 3-way mark. There's no forced march at the start of this one, so I will need to use my own feet and get to safe. This is the spooky ghosty cleave pattern from normal mode. Either intercardinal or cardinal of the boss will be safe. It is east-west this time. And then I'm on the side that has fire, so I'm popping sprint, waiting for these AoEs to go off, and then getting to the side that is not on fire. This is the Trixie ladder game. I will have a temperature, a brand, and a forced march. This one trips a lot of people up. All I can say is good luck and do your research. I have 1 point of ice and 1 point of ice. This means I need to get hit by 2 points of fire. My forced march will take me to my right. This is the right-hand side of the cheat sheet. I'm going to cheat. I need to go all the way over there. You can
Farthest left.
see that's going all the way there. I am now opposite, and I'm fine. Aether Shields, Reprisals, Other Mitigation. After this, immediately is another Tank Buster. We do this by having the Tank Cuddle Puddle go to the wall and point it away from the group. As we saw before, next up is Sword, so I'm going to face the boss in towards the center of the arena to make that safe spot as big as possible. This will be the last mechanic of the fight. It is Swords number 2. It works exactly like the first one, except I have a brand. That's all there is to it. There is the fact that if I have 3 or more points in one direction, then I will need to get hit by 2 separate cleaves. If I get hit by 2 cleaves at once, I die due to magic foam. Sadly, I do not get this to demonstrate. I just need a single point of fire. And my single point of fire, safe spot is 2.
Math is fun.
I am opposite already. I need to find the safe spot, which looks to be 4. Nope, it's 3. There's going to be one more raid wide after this. And then we will go on to Enrage. Again, Aether Shield, Reprisal, Other Mitigation. Normally I would let this play out, but we are already over time, so I'm just going to hit the wall. And of course my Re-Razor procced. Hey look, I'm alive! I'm alive in the death wall, I'm alive in the death wall, and then I hit a button and I die immediately. Don't push buttons if you're in the death wall. If someone could get me up, please, that would be fantastic. Oh my god, I'm eating all the arises. I'm up, thank you.
Sorry, for the opposite stage, or if you have 1 point of fire, you want to get to 1 point of ice.
Yes.
So
If you have 2 points, you want to get to 2 points to the other side.
Pretty much the way the hot and cold thing is working, like he was just explaining to you, is that the brands are an automatic, like, static number that's attached to you. Like, for instance, that last one he had -2 stats of cold, and he had 1 stack of hot. You take the 1 stack of hot, you add it to the stack of cold, which would give you 1 stack of cold left over, so he needed 1 stack of fire to even himself out. The second part is going to be the tricky one because you're actually forced to do the math, and you have to look at what your brand is. You have to look at what you're going to get hit by and everything else like that. But the very first ones, if you get hit by a stack of hot, you need 1 stack of 1 cold. You get 2 fire, you need 2 cold, and stuff like that. And these savage fights when he was doing on the left side, when he got that forced march, he also has a brand. You have to do the math between how much you're going to get hit by the arrow, where you're force marching, and you got to be in the right spot while being force marched, and do the math to not get hit and mess your stack up to where you die.
If it helps, what I do with my debuffs is I actually increase their size instead of the 100% to like 150, so it's easier to see. Because if you look at the chevrons in the brand, it tells you how many plus or minus of heat or cold that you have. So the chevrons, the arrows, that'll tell you if it's a -2 or a +2 or whatever it is. But that often helps me, and you can increase that in your HUD because they're pretty small, the little debuffs. But
as people are mentioning in Yell Chat, make sure that you line up along the edge of the arena or the pathway, so that way you can get shell. At this point, the raid wides start dealing a lot of damage, and this is where we want people to be shelled to take less damage from those magic attacks. If you are ready to go, if you're ready to give this a shot, step onto the Charlie tile, but behind the Charlie waymark. Remember that I only had to walk about a Lalafell and a half in front of it to pull the boss. Avowed is a tricky fight to learn, but once you know it, it's relatively easy. But as you saw, if you don't pay attention for a second, or you cross your wires, you will still die. I know that I have not given proper explanations for this fight outside of what I said during my demo run. I'm more than willing to answer questions once we are done with this in the week leading up to next week. Okay, I'm going to assume you're ready to go, Scorchy, because you're inside the wall. Alright, tanks, remember that you are coming up with me whenever there's a tank buster and popping 1 or 2 cooldowns. Excuse me, 1 or 2 cooldowns. We use the tank cuddle puddle here. Aether shields, reprisals, other mitigation. Weapon collection. This will determine the order of this fight. We are starting with bow behind the boss. Everyone behind the boss. Range, you can pre-position north towards Alpha. Everyone else should move in front of the boss. This is staff. Be away when she stops spinning. Be away from the boss when they stop spinning. Be in front of the boss. Next up is sword. Sword, bow, staff. Not great. Okay. Everyone, the boss becomes completely untargetable during swords. All you have to focus on is your mechanic and getting hit by only one cleave. When I call out the safe spot, you need to either be standing in the safe spot or one of the tiles directly cardinal of it, orthogonal, whatever makes sense. The safe spot is 2. Be on 2 or a tile touching it. If you are on 4, you are 100% dead.
Oh.
The safe spot is 3. Either be on 3 or one of the green tiles touching it. If you are on a blue tile, you are dying. Next up is bow. You can pre-position slightly south of 3 if you would like. Aether shields, reprisals, and other mitigations. Get behind the boss now. Get behind the 3-way mark. Tanks, once this attack is done, move forward. Move forward now. Tank Cuddle Puddle in a second. Everyone pay attention to the quick march being forced upon you now. Pay attention to where it's going to make you go. Tanks, pop your cooldowns. And be ready to move away from the fire. Point your forced march towards Delta. Make sure that you are moving towards Delta. Anyone who messes up can be rescued at the last second. Anyone who messes up and dies can be rescued if they re-raise. That fire is a death floor. Do not raise anyone on it. Your temperature is out. It is time for the normal ladder game. Stop attacking and trace the pattern if you need to. If you're using the cheat sheet, it's the left-hand side. Boss is moving. I am very sorry. Aether shields, reprisals, and other mitigations. Up next is going to be staff. I'm going to be taking the boss to the center of the arena. You will need to get away from the boss. You will need to get away from the boss. Get away from the boss when the boss stops spinning. If both of your tanks or both of your healers are dead, mark them now. Healers who are alive, if you have the ability to raise, don't do it during this mechanic, actually. Don't do that at all. Wait until this mechanic is done. If you raise anyone now, they are going to die. You need to have a temperature to survive this mechanic. Pay attention to what it is and look at your forced march. You will need to have it walk you into the right meteor, into the correct orb. You can do this either from the center of the arena or from a cardinal position. Orient yourself, your force march is going off soon. C4 casters, make sure that you heal up for this Aether Shield reprisal, all that jazz. C4 is still a cure, and you can still keep people alive with it if you have the action space. This is sword, get in front, get on that ignore 1 now. If you are alive, get on that ignore 1, use your eyes, find the arrow, do what you need. This is sword number 2. You will get a temperature and a brand. You will need to deal with them. If you have 3 or more points across both of them in one direction, you will need to get hit by 2 separate cleaves. You will need to get hit by 1 cleave on the first set and 1 cleave on the second. Again, if you are diagonal of the safe spot, you will die. Our safe spot is 2. Our safe spot is now 3. Bow next. Heal and shield for the upcoming raid wide. Oh, I'm so sorry, my party. Aether shields, addles, reprisals, feints, shield sambas, tacticians, whatever the fuck you got. You know what these game is. Get behind the boss. We are going into Bell. I'm sorry, Lynn. I am on warrior.
That's what Nason's for.
Okay, either east-west of the boss, east-west of the boss, on one of the green east-west tiles. If you are on Delta, stay a second, pop sprint, and get over to Bravo. Get over to Bravo now. Healers, if you are alive, rescue anyone who messes up. Oh my god, why do I not have Nascent Flash? Hang on, let me... Oh, now you're dead, damn it. Okay, your attempt is out, your brand is out, and your forced march is out. Do your math, figure out what area you need to get hit by. If you already are opposite, you need to get hit by the invisible non-existent arrow. This is the right-hand side of the cheat sheet. What the fuck do I need? I know. I'm fine. Oh, that was a real Luigi who wins by doing nothing. Okay, raid wide coming up. Aether shields, reprisals, other mitigations, tanks to the wall on the ignore one. Don't touch the wall, but be ready for the tank buster. Pop your cooldowns. Up next is staff. Up next is staff. You will need to get away from the boss when the boss stops spinning. Your temp is out, your brand is out. You will need to walk your own 2 feet onto the one and only tile that is safe inside your orb. It is the east-west green, east-west green. Aether shields, reprisals, other shit. And I think that's the last mechanic. Being avowed at all on your first night is a good feat. 41% could be better, but you did not have time for a full explanation, so I would never hold that against you. Still good prog tonight. Before everyone hops out, again, I want to say that if anyone has questions about any mechanics and things, make sure that you ask them. Ask them in the thread, and someone else can answer them, or I will get to it when I can. Said that backwards.
Is there a good explanation like of the branding stuff that we can read?
It's a delayed heat cold.
I dropped a lot of images into the thread. There is one that looks like text that is from a guide that I started writing for Avowed that explains the intricate details to the entire hot and cold and elemental brands mechanic.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Because I am a freak who is like, actually, it's this debuff that no one talks about that actually does things, and everything revolves around it. And so if you are the type of person who likes that minutia, that can help unlock things. I dropped a million things in there.
Yep, this is very helpful.
Let me... While everything is there, I'm also dropping a link to a swords simulator thing that you can play by just clicking onto the right things, and there are options for whether or not you want a brand and whether or not you want the safe spot called out that can try to help explain how that works.
Thank you very, very much for the explanations and the patience. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And thank you all for coming out. I know that we ran half an hour over on an already 4-hour group. That is a lot of dedication from you. I want to appreciate that, especially to the people who floated in as well. I know that it's taxing to do that at times, especially when you have to sit around and listen to me explain things that you already know.
Well, I consider it just a normal 4-hour run with all the not so ready checks and then the breaks and then like 30-minute overshot that we had
Which
in the
is
beginning. So,
how it goes sometimes.
Yep.
But again, thank you for coming out. Ask questions if you need to. There are some videos up in the Delubrum Resources channel. In particular, the one by Evervale. I believe people link a lot for Avowed that explains mechanics. I've not watched any of them because I just learned in a group and then memorized all of the calls that people did and explanations. But I'm also a freak, like I said, so.
Thanks very much.
I enjoyed your run. Thanks so much. I'll see you next week.
Yep. Thanks for the run.
And I will be uploading logs and linking them in the spreadsheet as well in a second here.
Have a good night, guys.
Thank you for joining, everyone.
See y'all next
Good
week.
night. Good night, everyone. Thanks for the runs.
Oh goodness, is anyone still watching the stream?
And that's day one. All in all, I'd say that's pretty good. Hello, Dormant Fungus. Yeah. The prog just finished. We got up to 40%. We got to Enrage of Trinity Avowed. They were at 40%, so I'm not entirely sure we'll get him on the next attempt. But it's pretty good. It's pretty decent. That being said, I am incredibly gassed after that. That was absolutely mental. Ooh, Bojan gold coins, you say? Wait a second. I meant to Bojan go defending. Bosjan? Bosjan? It takes a bit, unless if you join into a big, like, Discord that's circled around it. Like, I thought I wasn't gonna do Baldesia and Arsenal until, I just found a Discord that was all about it. And then, as it turns out, it's pretty nice. And look at me now. That's right. Now I'm the big bean. Hang on, I've done so much content. It's hard to find the mount. I'd say like 60-70% for new. That's right. I'm an Ozma now. Yeah, we did pretty good. Shout out to everybody in there. Shout out to our shot caller. Incredibly good. Thank you. I'm looking forward to next week. I feel like it's gonna be a lot nicer. I don't know a thing about the sword mechanic. That sword mechanic seems like really lame. But I think it might be okay. Single out. I think I have an idea how to do it. I need to regulate my body temperature, so I need to hear the safe zone and then look at the clone that will give me the right stack that I need, I think. Or will that just kill me? It's something to do after. Yeah. But it's hard to tell if the sword I need to go for is in a safe spot. It's really rough. One cold. Oh, that we see the cardinal and whichever one the sword is facing. Maybe. No, that's... Right. If you go to a... You stand in the safe spot. And then you move to a cardinal onto the side. Where the one you want to get hit by is facing to the side of. If you see a clone facing in front of you, you're dead. Man. That's a That's a thinker. I think I'm figuring it out. I think I'm figuring it out. Let me retire the death counter real quick. We're not progging anymore. We don't need the death counter. There is a funny little... There's a funny little mini game that we can do. Hang on. Hit the screen. There we go. Okay, let's not mark the save spot. Let's learn. Alright, well I'm up and she face. Okay. I have 2 heat, which means I need to get hit by 2 cold. Oh, I need to... Okay, I need to get hit. I need to neutralize. And then I need to get hit by a 1. Save spot, and then... Yep, I'm dead. Okay, double cold. They're giving me some garbage. Wavering apparition. Let's go. Okay. We're facing. I don't like this. I kind of don't like this demographic. It's different from what I look at in the game, so it's kind of throwing me off. It's not enough like Trinity Avowed. So I'm not exactly... So I can't exactly, like, translate this too well. But I can understand. With the shot caller, I can probably... They'll tell me the safe zone. Where they're facing is complete bait. Where the boss is facing is complete bait. You need to see where the sword is. The sword is the biggie. It's the Biggie Smalls. Oh no. Oh, that didn't exactly work. I can't exactly show thing. Yeah, but alright. I can understand that. I can figure that out. Sword is the worst of it. Sword, I can't wrap my head around. I struggle with. Ladder game, I'm fine with. Forced march, I'm always focusing. Always understand. It's good to know that forced march will make me move 2 squares. That's all the information I needed to know. Cause I fought cause I did worse stuff with Eden 2 Savage, which that's a horrid fight. That fight sucks. Thank you. My brain just can't make that happen. But I'm gonna upgrade my noggin. And the brand will pop off and hit you. Yeah, negate both. Just a fancier way of doing it. What was its stupid name? Voidwalker, that's the name. That stupid time mechanic. And the final mechanic at the end is like, remember these 3 combos. They could be anything, in any order. Because it can't be easy. That is definitely gonna be me. Alright, I think next time I might turn off this shader just so I can read shit a little bit better. I wasn't quite handling those croc rocks too well. But that's all well. Tomorrow I'll be playing another fancy game. Who knows what it'll be. And it's all gonna lead up to July 7th. I have 0 plans, but considering the 7th is my birthday and I'm coming up with this wacky fun event, I'm just gonna do whatever. And then after that, we'll get on a schedule. Because I like streaming. But I don't do enough of it. But until then, y'all have a lovely day. Thank you for dropping by. And I hope to see y'all tomorrow, wherein I play something. Whatever I feel like. It could be Animal Crossing, it could be Monster Hunter, it could be maybe more 14? I don't know. Who knows? Until then, hope you have a lovely day. Sleep well. Have a good lunch. Have a wonderful time. I'll see y'all next time.